online participants, thank you for being part of this experience today. I'll just share a few highlights and then we'll take the national anthem and then we'll take the CU anthem as well. Today and all through, we have some plenary sessions. Like I shared earlier on, tomorrow we have some hands-on workshop sessions. We have documentaries or some impact stories we're going to watch. And then we have work groups. I think I'm more excited about the work groups. We have about 3-4 work groups. There's one on agriculture, there's one on renewable energy. We also have the one on community volunteering and then on arts, right? Those 4 work groups. I'm sure when we're registering, we chose the one we are going to be part of. It's going to be a very, very rich part of these engagements, and that will get us on. Also, we'd like to use the opportunity to appreciate some of our partners and sponsors, the host Covenant University, and of course, the leadership of RCU, MTN, Nestle, the Chi Brand, Bluefield, Recycling Alliance. I want to appreciate them all, and this would definitely be a wonderful conference experience for us in Jesus' name. So I'd like us at this junction to please rise for us on site, and so our online participant as well, as we take the national anthem. The studio will help us with that, and then in succession we take the Covenant University anthem. Not to worry if you're not familiar with the lyrics, it's going to be more hopefully on the screen, and then we can sing that. Thank you so much, studio. That was the Covenant University anthem. I'm sure you'll be able to remember 1 or 2 of the lines of that anthem, right? Which one can you remember? Shot for Glory? Which one? Covenant Generation. Thank you for that. Which other line? I mean, our anthem is such a beautiful anthem. All right. Just to establish protocol for these events, the Chancellor and Board of Regents of Covenant University, Dr. David Oyedepo, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Abiodun H. Adebayo, who is going to be joining us as well online shortly. We also want to appreciate and recognize our keynote speaker, giving a special remark, Dr. Renuka Takore, founder, Global Sustainable Futures, United Kingdom, uh, the, the chair of RC Ogun, Dr. Patience Tunji-Olayeni, the vice chair, Dr. Folashade Adegboye, and all of our speakers and all of our panelists as well. We want to appreciate them. And to take us further, without further ado, I'd like to bring up Dr. Moniyi Olagunju to share with a few insight with us about Lcoy and what we expect at this conference. Please join me as I welcome Dr. Moniyi Olagunju.
The Vice Chancellor, Covenant University, Professor Abiodun H. Adebayo. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. I'm glad to welcome you this year. I'm glad to welcome you to this year's local conference of youth in Nigeria, Lcoy Nigeria, hosted by RC Ogun and Covenant University. Lcoy is an event organized over 120 countries under the umbrella of YONGO, the official youth constituency of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It is the national version of the International Conference of Youth, which takes place annually in United Nations Climate Change Conference. This event provides a space to boost youth climate action locally and promote our youthful voice into the international discourse. The advent of climate change discourse has been around for the past 4 decades, but it has not been handled with the expected attention required for anticipated results. While leaders of highly industrialized countries are still reluctant to embrace radical transformation because of their economic implication, other vulnerable countries are feeling helpless on the local impact of carbon emission. The present generation may be living in the realm of discussion and projections. The youth will be left to deal with the reality of their decisions. Therefore, as youth, it is time to think ahead, plan ahead, and act ahead to accommodate the projected multifaceted impacts that climate change may pose. Lcoy Nigeria 2023 focuses on building resilient system for a climate smart economy, which covers all the dimensions of sustainability. At the end of this conference, we are expected to produce at least 2 strong policy statements that will be projected into the international space for multilateral considerations. I therefore implore you to choose your area of interest in the coming sessions and maximize all activity outlets as eagerly participate and contribute to our task at hand. I pray we have a productive and engaging experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moniyi Olagunju. All right. So I think the conference is set and the ball is rolling gradually. But at this junction, I would just like to bring up the vice chair of RC Ogun, which is the host of this Lcoy 2023, to just tell us about RC Ogun. And immediately after that, we have an opening remark as well from the vice chancellor of Covenant University after the chair also has spoken. So please welcome with me Dr. Folashade Adegboye, the co-chair of RC Ogun.
Thank you very much, Amy. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here, both our physical participants and our online participants. I say a very big welcome to us. I want to stand on all the established protocols. And at this point, I would just like to just say a little bit about RCE and what we do. At RCE, like our Emmy has said, we are one of the 180 regional centers of expertise in the world. And we are an existing both formal and then informal organization that facilitates learning towards sustainable development in our local and our regional communities. Now, as a body, our major goal is to create resilient, inclusive, and environmentally friendly communities around us. And since at RC Ogun, we're in the Ogun environment, our major aim and our goal, our target is to engage in both formal and informal trainings, like we have here today, enlightenment, and then also the major purpose is targeted towards sustainable development of our environment. And also we are dedicated to, unlike what may be available in our regular society, we have a paradigm shift in improving the society via community service. And I'll just walk us through one or two, or just a few of some of the things that we have done over the years. I don't know if studio has the slides. I don't know if studio has the slides. Okay, at RC Ogun, our journey, just share a bit of our journey in sustainable development. RC Ogun was accredited by the United Nations University Institute for Advanced Sustainability in July 2018. And our major focus areas are basically 4 of the SDGs. The first is quality education, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, and as well as climate change, which of course we know affects every area of the world, no matter where we're from. Okay, some of the programs we have engaged in are mentorship of secondary schools. We have worked with that over the years. We have climate change, plastic recycling projects, winners. Like we can see there, we've had several boot camps on coding, and then also the Science Communication Made Easy boot camp. That's basically on education quality. And then also we have worked quite a number of times with women, focusing on women. We have worked on the women inclusive public procurement for social economic progress in Ogun State. We worked hand in hand with the government of Ogun State. We were able to have trainings for women empowerment trainings, like you can see there on the board. And then also, aside from empowerment for women, we also have decent work and economic growth as our focus. Okay, and then we're able to, we had a workshop on financial literacy for sustainable and small scale businesses. We also had empowerments like digital skills, sustainable wealth creation trainings, and we have worked, empowering by focusing on knowledge for young people over the years. And then, very importantly, we have worked in the space of climate change. Like I said from the beginning, we had worked with quite a number of secondary schools in Ogun State. We have had the climate change ambassadors recycling plastic project. We also had a visit to the Great Walls of Lagos, that's Eco-Atlantic City. And aside from that, we also had engagements with stakeholders in the the cassava value chain on the effects of climate change in cassava production. That was in July 2021. And all these activities has helped us to be able to engage our environment. We have been able to focus on, both formal and informal training and education to be able to make people aware of our environment and see how we can best make our environment a better place through the power of knowledge. RC has been able to come up with, over the years, we've been able to have some recognitions in form of awards. And then we had the Yongo certificate of recognition, which was the climate change, the climate champions. And then also in 2021, we had the award of the Green Ground Awards that came to RC Ogun and Covenant University. We are glad that every one of us are here today, both online and on ground. And we'd like to say that it's not something that RC can do alone. Our environment has to join hands with us and see how we can make our community a better place, which is our major focus. A successful development agenda requires inclusive partnership, and we are glad that we have enjoyed the partnership of the community of Ota, Ogun State, the youth, the women over the years. And we also crave for more participation so that our space, our local environment can be able to go further than what we have today, seeing people empowered, seeing our environment doing much better. And we are open to ideas of partnership in realizing these goals, both on regional and national scales. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for listening. We are most welcome. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to bring up the chair of RC Ogun in the person of Dr. Patience Olayeni to give us the welcome. Please put your hands together. Thank you so much.
Vice Chancellor, sir, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. It brings me much joy to welcome you all to Covenant University, hosts of Lcoy Nigeria. The theme of this conference is building resilient systems for a climate-smart economy in Nigeria. Climate change is not something to anticipate. Climate change is here. And the only way for us to manage it is to reduce its effects and also to learn how we can adapt to it. Young people play a vital role in the climate change discourse because they have a lot of energy and passion to run with any assignment, and also because they constitute an enduring source of indigenous capacity for tackling climate change. It is important for us to highlight the word indigenous capacity because it will be almost impossible to import capacity from another country to solve our climate change issues. Nations are trying to solve their own problems. Countries do not have enough manpower to solve climate change issues. More financially endowed countries are attracting nationals of other countries to help solve their own problems. So we need to look inwards as a people and think of how we can equip our own people with the skills they need to tackle climate change. Climate change is a multidimensional challenge, and its effects and it has various effects, cutting across various sectors of the economy and society. But at this conference, we want to lay the foundations for green skill acquisition, particularly in the area of agriculture, renewable energy, arts, and community resilience. Why agriculture? According to research, one of the greatest impacts of climate change in Nigeria is food insecurity. And with over 200 million people in Nigeria, a food crisis will not be good at all. God forbid a food crisis. So we need to equip our people with the skills for sustainable, smart, and green agriculture. Energy drives our economic processes, whether as small-scale enterprises or firms on industrial scale, the transportation sector, residential apartments, tourism, and so on. So energy from fossil fuel contributes significantly to greenhouse gases. And we need to think of how to use clean, affordable, and renewable energy. And that's why we also have to focus on renewable energy at this conference. In terms of climate change advocacy, people need to understand how to express themselves. And they can use their writings, they can use songs, they can use arts, their artworks to express what they see and how they feel about the climate change. And that's why we've also included art as a major part of expressing climate change advocacy. At the communal level, people need to know how to respond to a climate change-induced crisis or any disaster, maybe flooding. In the event of a crisis, how many people can actually volunteer to rescue others? How many people have basic emergency response skills? What do people know that they can do to keep safe in the event of a crisis before rescue comes from the government or from other agencies like the Red Cross? So it is important that we also train our people to live ready in the case of any emergency. We do not pray for such, but we just have to live ready. Only yesterday, we heard the very unfortunate news of the earthquake in Morocco. Over 2,000 people lost their lives. Properties worth millions of dollars were lost. Even though there is a possibility of the occurrence of an earthquake around that part of Morocco because of the Atlas Mountains close to that region. But it has been said that it is very unusual for this magnitude of earthquake to have occurred where it occurred. And so that's just an example of an emergency that you don't pray for, but these things happen. Our prayers are with the people of Morocco, and we'll pray for God's help in the rescue operations. As we continue in this conference, one thing we should have at the back of our minds is that it is possible to manage climate crisis. We need to take away, one thing we also need to take away from this conference is a possibility mentality. And when you look all around Covenant University, all you see is the vision of one man who believed it is possible to change the narrative of the educational sector. And we believe that the challenges of climate change, though very daunting, but it is possible that we can surmount them. Also, we want to quickly add that we cannot exhaust everything in this conference. We hope to have very robust deliberations and discussions even after the conference through our work group networks. So the conversations and the skill acquisition will still continue. Welcome again. Do have a most inspiring, memorable, and impactful conference. Thank you. Permit me to invite the Vice Chancellor to bring up his remark. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to observe all protocols. I'm sure I can be heard
Yes, you can.
I'm sure everybody's hearing me. Thank you so much. I want to again to observe all protocols and to appreciate all on-ground participants and all online participants. As I'm delighted to welcome every one of us to this great conference, that is the local conference of youth Nigeria event that is being hosted in Covenant University. It may interest every one of us to know, particularly those of us who may not be familiar with Covenant University, that Covenant University is indeed a world-class university with a vision to raise a new generation of leaders. Not just in one field alone, not just in climate change, but in all views of human endeavors, including climate change. Our unwavering focus on teaching, research, and community service aligns seamlessly with our vision, our mission, and indeed our departure philosophy, a mission of restoring the dignity of the Black man. Covenant University is a top-ranking university as revealed by the Times Higher Education Ranking, where the university ranked recently as #1 in Nigeria, #1 in West Africa, and #7 in Sub-Saharan Africa, to the glory of God. In this era of climate change, green skill is a necessity for tackling the issues bordering on climate change and benefiting from the green economy. What a joy that Covenant University won the hosting right for the local conference of youth, that is the Lcoy, which is the official youth constituency of the Conference of Parties. The theme of the conference is titled Building Resilient System for a Climate Smart Economy in Nigeria. The focus of this conference is to spark up interest and build a foundation for green skills and development among youths, particularly those around our host community here in Otta, as earlier enumerated by the local organizing committee and the chair RCO. Covenant University continues to set the pace in the global discourse on climate change. It may interest us to know that only last week, the university hosted the QS African Forum. The QS is one of the most prestigious ranking institutions in the world. It ranks the sustainability impact of universities among other things it does. The theme of the conference was Education Africa 2030 and Beyond, Sustainability and Social Impact in an African Context. A lot of issues on climate change, and we brought experts to also expatiate on that subject discourse. The knowledge and skills are central to tackling climate change. And also we must begin to think about how we can use our indigenous knowledge and content to solve the myriads of challenges of climate change. We are glad that the hosting of the Lcoy Nigeria is granted to Covenant University at the heels of the QS African Forum, which is an international validation of Covenant's commitment to Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, especially on climate change. It is hoped that the robust discourse and engagement at this conference will provide actionable homegrown strategies that will obviously address issues on climate change. I want to wish every one of us a very fruitful deliberation. Please feel free to interact and network and take advantage of the rich and robust experience of all of the speakers to get clarification on issues relating to the conference theme in order to enhance your knowledge on climate change. I want to wish every one of us the most impactful and memorable conference. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Amen. Can we celebrate Professor Abiodun H. Adebayo? That's been the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University. We appreciate the time and for that rich opening remark. Just before we continue, I'd like to recognize some of our speakers.
Please, can I declare the conference open as we continue, please?
Sir. Thank you, sir.
And which is part of the mission I had to join from where I was. I'm sorry I'm joining online, and I'm giving us greetings all the way from Penang City here in Malaysia.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we celebrate?
Yeah, upon the powers conferred on me as the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, I hereby declare open in the name of God the Father,
Amen.
the Son, and the Holy Spirit, this conference on local conference organizing of youth, titled Building Resilient Systems for a Climate Smart Economy in Nigeria. Thank you so much, and God richly bless every one of us. Amen.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we appreciate and applaud the Vice Chancellor one more time? Thank you very much, sir. Some of our speakers are also online and on ground. Online, we have Dr. Temitope Abodering. We also have our keynote speaker, Dr. Renuka Takore. And on site here, we also have Mr. Lawrence, who is going to be joining us shortly in the panel. We have one of our own giving us a good remark, Mr. Prince. Thank you so much for joining as well. And we also have Mrs. Olajumoke talking about the Economic Forum. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for making it through. To take us further is a special remark from Dr. Renuka Takore, founder, Global Sustainable Futures. That's in the United Kingdom. She'll be speaking with us online. Could you go ahead, ma'am? You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Abiodun Adebayo, and dear friends, Dr. Abraham Owoseni, Dr. Patient Tunji-Olayeni. Thank you very much for inviting me, and hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am a founder of Global Sustainable Futures Progress to Partnership Network, Dr. Renuka Thakur, based in UK. I have been listening to the previous Vice Chancellor's speech, and also I heard Dr. Patient Tunji-Olayeni speaking about all that you are going to discuss more in details, which is about all the systems and how we can be resilient. And so I would like to give some this description of my network first, and then go to the topic of discussion. This Global Sustainable Futures Network was initiated out of a need to bring all the players in climate change and sustainability to the open platform so that they can interact with international people who are out already speaking into this and making a great impact. However, what I felt that early career researchers, and especially researchers in all, were not having that opportunity to go and move forward into international forums because of resources, or because of the need to travel, or because of other problems, whatever they could be. And therefore I thought about opening this platform so that each one and everyone can interact with each other And the basic idea out of these is that to create a leadership at multiple levels, I believe that each person in his own activity is a leader. And that is what we want to induce into them, motivate them to take leadership and contribute to the overall high level global initiative, that is global sustainable futures. I mean, uh, along through the vehicle or tool, you can say global sustainable development goals. And I believe that I have done not a lot, but something towards this. In last 2.5 years, we have gained 5,000 coordinators in 161 countries. And we have been presenting ourselves by groups and teams at high-level conferences such as COP, Stockholm Plus, Commonwealth Foundation, EU forums, and many others. And what is the beauty of this network, that we are all doing it virtually, all from our home, and contributing to a lot much discussion than we used to do before 2.5 years. Uh, of course, when we are doing this global leadership and global network, I believe that without localism, without local people being strong enough to do the change, to get involved in the transformation process, to become more resilient, nothing is going to happen at global level. And that is why I believe that this conference is of high importance. It is significant in contributing to local transformation, sustainable transformation. I have an example of very similar local youth parliament in Turkey, which I'm going to speak with them on Tuesday, just on Wednesday. And I feel proud being invited to such conferences, because I feel that I'm among you, and I feel that I can, ha- not I, we can support each other, I would say. We need to share our resources, we need to share our knowledge. Researchers have research and knowledge between them. We need to exchange that knowledge for the betterment of the society. But what is important, that we should be going into the community and speaking the language of community to make them understand these research, these scientific facts, so that they can collaborate to what is needed in sustainable transformation. And therefore, I think I can call upon you all today that you need to get into the systems where actual users are there. For example, for agriculture, the users are farmers and other relevant stakeholders. Go back and speak to them in their language, in the way they can understand. If we are talking energy, then talk to them about return of investment in their language. Researchers now not need only be to researchers, but also be marketers, communicators, and thinking like a business, that what is the return of investment for each and every person. You need to think about your own time, your own resources, that what is the return of investment. Is it just a pay you get back, or it is the impact you can create on society? And that is where we want to lead. What I have advocated through my network, we give out some chairship. Not some, the chairship is open for everyone. And what it does, that it allows you to select 6 specific elements which can make you unique in the world, as owning your own activity and becoming a chair of your own activity. These 6 elements are: one is SDG number itself, that whether in which SDG goal you are focusing on. Second is domain, we call, which is out of like research, education, enterprise, or community. Then then we have level, which could be like at a global level, country level, sector level, university level, home level, any type of level you want, where you are very, very strong, you are contributing to that. And then three specific activities we want that would be very specific to you, your work. And with these six elements, you will be standing out of the crowd, and you will be specific chair of your own activity. And that is what we want each one to contribute to. And what we are inviting, you are all invited to join us for free, and we will give you this chair badge. And then at the end of the year, we will do a face value assessment and give you bronze, silver, or gold and platinum award, depending on your activities and impact you have done for the society. Now, coming back to the resilient systems, I believe that agriculture and farm systems can be a driver for allowing other systems to be resilient. And I want, or I am advocating, that we need to adopt farm carbon calculator as a vehicle to make the changes, to bring the changes in processes, in practices, in procedures, and in the values that we have for our systems. And that, you know, and everyone here, I would say that agree that agriculture is at the heart of the need at the moment, like because of we need to feed a big society now, big population. Agriculture is in the center of everyone's thinking. But it also impacts, changes in agriculture can impact on energy, it can impact on water management, it can impact on health, it can impact on the crop, it can impact on transport, and many, many other sectors. And that it can also act as a sequestered carbon sequestered sector. And therefore I think agriculture needs to be highlighted, worked on, how we can bring all these different stakeholders, different technologies, different processes and practices together to change and have a sustainable transformation. And it is a huge potential, especially in Africa, because of high number of farmers and people involved in agriculture sector. So here I think I will stop, and thank you very much for inviting me for this special remark. And I wish you all the very productive day today. Thank you very much.
Can we applaud special remark, Dr. Renuka, once again? Thank you very much, ma'am, for that insightful remark. And you agree, just like the chair said earlier during her presentation, she talked about the need for us to raise talents to solve our own local issues. The same was reiterated from the special remarks, talking about the energy of young people. There was a way she puts it, she talked about that without local people being resilient enough, nothing can happen on the global level. I want to appreciate you, Ma, once again for bringing insights into this conference, Lcoy Nigeria 2023. To take us further, we want to receive a goodwill message from Prince Adegbenro, founder of the Future Project Org. Please, could you come, sir? Let's appreciate him, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everybody, and good day to online participants anywhere we are in the world. Permit me to stand on existing protocol, but I would want to recognize and appreciate the VC, Professor Abiodun Adebayo. I hope I got it right. All right. Thank you so much. I am delighted to stand before you today to give this goodwill remark. And I bring greetings to you from the entire local government of Ado Dota here in Ogun State. When Axie reached out to me that we should bring youth together from Ota, we felt that I spoke with my team members and we felt we should extend it to the whole of Ado Dota because we are talking about agriculture, we are talking about climate change, and you have those practicing agriculture in the remote places in Ado Dota, especially in Ado, Ibesa, and all of that. So we did not limit it to Ota alone. We decided to extend it to all parts of, all parts of Ado Dota local government. And I'm glad that some of them are here and some of them are joining us online. And I want to believe that this will indeed spark interests and would lead to action. Because for me, this really calls for action. Climate change is not what will happen, what will likely happen. It is what is already happening before our very eyes. And if we do not take action, then the situation will be far more worse than what we are already experiencing. All right. So it is what it is. Climate change is already happening before us. And I love the theme for this year, which talked about, which talk about building resilient system for climate smart economy. Now, like I said before, it is a call for action from every one of us. And perhaps you are seated here and you are wondering, what am I going to do to change climate? To reverse climate change. There's a whole lot that you can do. Advocacy, and engaging leaders at all spheres, whether traditional or political and all of that. There's a whole lot that we can do organizing ourselves as youth. And of course, it will always start from one person and then the fire will spread, across. We heard the good message from the last speaker that spoke before I, came up here, talking about how she has been able to, generate a kind of force and bring people together, to act against climate change. So for me, this is a call for action. This conference is like an ignition. How many of us are aware that a vehicle cannot move except it's being ignited, right? And now when it's being ignited, it will not still move, despite the fact that, it has been ignited. It will just be rolling on that same spot until you engage the transmission gear and then, march on the accelerator before the vehicle will be able to move, to its desired destination. Again, you will not just match the accelerator and expect that the vehicle will just be moving. There's also a need, for controlling of the steering. And that is why networking with, organization, partnering with RCE, like the last speaker that spoke before I came, will be able to guide us on how best we will be able to carry out our action, to get desired result. I want to believe that there is a whole lot that we are going to take away from here, after this conference, and I want to see, change happening right in our local government. I wish us all the best in these 3 days, training, and I want to challenge us. Now, I love one of the lines of Covenant University anthem, which says that it's more or less like changing the status quo. You are moving away from knowledge to empowerment. I so love that because we have so many dysfunctional, literate in our society today. So many people carrying, knowledge, but we are not putting it into action, right? So I want to encourage and challenge us that every knowledge that we are going to take away from this place, we must be able to put it into action. I believe that information alone does not lead to transformation. It is information that is backed up with action that actually leads to transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince Adegbenro Falon, for that remark. Next, we'll be having Mrs. Olajumoke Odeyemi, Director of the Economic Summit Group, to give us our own goodwill remark as well. Let's welcome her as she comes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everyone. Many thanks to our Vice Chancellor. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I want to particularly welcome the youth, because the truth is a lot of you are out there doing something different. But I want to say I appreciate you all for taking out time to be at this meeting. So many are out there. They are doing something different, but we have you here, vibrant and energetically. You have taken out time to be here. Like I said, so many things are happening out there, but you all choose to be here to increase what? Your knowledge and add to your existing experiences. I'm sure for each of the workbook group you've chosen, there is something that you know about it. But the experiences that you're going to be taking from here, the knowledge that you're going to be taking from here is going to help you. You have some of your colleagues and you have some other professionals that will be sharing their knowledge and also experiencing with us. You know, there's nothing as good as starting right and doing it right. From a particular age, if you are not focused and you are not determined, you are likely going to have the result of that many years after. But sometimes it will be very difficult to change the hand of the clock. Therefore, I want to encourage us today to take all that will be given to us today, run with it, so that we can reap even more than what our trainers had ever reaped, or what they can say to us that we will reap. We're in a world is ruled by knowledge. You know, you know. You don't know, you don't know. It is only what you know that you can apply. Because if you don't know it, you cannot apply it. So I just want to encourage us that today we are going to be getting knowledge. And knowledge, they say, is power. So today, let's get empowered. Not only get empowered, let's go and impact our world positively so that we can have a better world to live in. A lot of youths are saying we want a better Nigeria. This is another opportunity for us to get what it takes to have a better Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Olajumoke, for reiterating that point for the energy of young people. And if you notice, there's that correlation from all the goodwill remarks and even the special remark we received and the Vice Chancellor's opening, talking about the fact that young people have the energy, and then we have an opportunity to move into an era of digital skills in the green economy. We have green skills, rather, in the green economy. We have over time, the focus has always been on digital skills, but now we have an opportunity to also dive in on the green skills and the green economy we have, right? To wrap up this first session of this program, I want to take a group picture. I'd like to invite speakers who are here to please come forward on the on-site so we could just have a group picture together with the Vice Chair and Chair of RC Ogun. Panelists, if you can also come forward so we can have a group picture. Thank you so much. After this group picture, we're going to be going on a light refreshment at the lobby. If you also want to use the restroom, once you step out to your right, you'll be able to also use the restroom as well. But the major highlight you should not miss is when we are back from the light refreshments, talking about the panel session, right? For those online, please stay glued with us. In 15 minutes, we'll be back for the panel session Our panelists are ready. Mr. Ifeoluwa, Dr. Temitokwe, Mr. Lawrence. We're going to be looking at climate change and food insecurity, light up with renewable energy, and advocating for climate change. Please don't miss that as well. All right, thank you very much to all of our speakers and RC Ogun. All right, so we have the opportunity to step out to the lobby, grab some refreshments, and of course, network with all the great minds we have in the room, those online as well. There's an opportunity to network. In 15 minutes, 20 minutes, we'll be back for the panel session. Our panelists are ready, and it's going to be a rich and robust engagement before we close this opening day one of the Lcoy Local Conference of Youth. Thank you and for joining us. Very good morning to every one of us and to all of our online participants. We shortly were proceeding into the panel session, and we will be having our panelists share with us, breaking down the these remarks that has been shared earlier on, and of course, we have an opportunity to also ask live questions both for our on-site and online participants. So please feel free while the panel session goes on to note down any one or two questions you may have, so that the panelists could pick that up. Um, just to note that our panelists are ready. We have Mr. Ifeoluwa Olawale, Director Training, BIC Farms Steps. We also have Dr. Temitope Aboduri, an expert on renewable energy. She'll be speaking also on Light Up with renewable energy. And then lastly, we have Mr. Lawrence Apoteria, member Yungo Adaptation Working Group. He also be speaking on advocating for climate change. You agree that from the remarks we've had earlier today and the welcome remarks from the chair, RC Ogun, the conversation is still around how can we increase the advocacy of the concerns on climate change? How can we address it? How can we build local talents amongst our community to address these challenges? How can we ensure that their capacity is increased with green skills, that acquisition, and all of that? So we'll be delving on all of this in this panel session. Please, media team, please help us confirm that two other panelists are also getting set, talking about Mr. Ifeoluwa Olawale and Dr. Temitope Abodunrin as well. We are privileged also to have Mr. Lawrence here with us live on campus. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Lawrence. All right. In no particular order, I'd just like to get our panelists set, and I'll ask the studio to please confirm their slides already. I think while I bring up the profile of Mr. Lawrence, so he can come up, share with us. Each panelist will share an introductory session they have, and then once they're done sharing, we can engage them with our questions live and also online. All right, so let me just read a brief about Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence is a first-class geography graduate from the University of Ibadan and pursuing a master's in climate change and adaptation at the University of Nairobi. He's a climate leadership fellowship alumnus and a DAD Alpha scholar. He's an active member of Yungo UNFCCC Youth Constituency. Mr. Lawrence combines science, research, and innovation to address climate challenges. He's a dedicated advocate for social impact and national development. He's also founded a nonprofit promoting a clean environment and co-directing a startup. Of course, beyond this, Mr. Lawrence is an avid reader, a writer and speaker, emphasizing the importance of collective thinking in life's pursuit. Please join me welcome Mr. Lawrence to take on the session advocating for climate change. Let's welcome with a hand clap, please. So that we appreciate if you can bring up the slide of Mr. Lawrence.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Like they say, it's in the academic system. I'm standing on existing what protocols. That's how it's done. So in the academic system, we stand on existing protocols. So I want to first appreciate the Vice Chancellor, whom we've heard from, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak today at this event. And thanks to the leadership of RCE Ogun, that's the Regional Center of Expertise Ogun. Although I have a slide to present, okay, yeah, and the theme for this discussion is advocating for climate change. So to be sure that I am on level grounds with everyone here, I could just do a very quick sampling. Permit me, I like to engage the audience so I don't appear as just one who is a talkative. So yeah, advocating for climate change. I'll do a very quick sample just to know that we all understand or have more like an overview of what climate change is about. I'll spend roughly a few minutes and then we can see if we can have questions and answers. So very quickly, I don't know, should I call names? I can't call names. Do I just point? Please, I don't know the tradition or the culture. If I point at you, please don't assume it is rude. So I'll just point at you and I expect that you give me a term, just a word that can suggest to me that you understand climate change. Yeah. So for instance, if I'm pointing at myself now, I could say adaptation. And I understand that, okay, that's climate change. Yeah. Okay. So my brother on black, I caught you, sorry. Just one word. Sorry? Earthquake. Okay, I'm coming back to that. My brother on white. Innovation. Okay, that could work. My brother on white in the middle here. Yes. One word that would just suggest to me something about climate change. You don't have to stand. Yeah, just please feel free. Environmental changes. Okay, my sister with the full hair. Yes, you with red rose. One word. Creativity. Okay, so we have just a number of sample words that could just suggest to us what climate change is about. So back to the slides, can we have, okay, I could use this. Okay, yeah. So Robert Swan said, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. That is, you understand that you see things that are happening, you see the changes happening in the environment, and now today we're talking about climate change, but you sit down and think that somebody else would actually address it. Now that is like the major threat. Climate change itself, it's not even a major threat. The major threat is that we as young people, we as individuals, sit down and think that somebody else will come from somewhere to come and address this problem. So moving forward, what is just the climate crisis? How do we understand this climate crisis we are talking about? What do we really mean? We see that today there is increasing evidence that temperature is on the rise. If you watch the news, you see even in Europe, they are experiencing heat intensely. The last time I was in Germany, I was opportune to understand that you will be in Germany and you will still feel like you are in Nigeria, which shouldn't be. Are we together? People are experiencing intense heat even in the US. People are experiencing intense, and for people that are not used to it, you know, as Black people, we would rather sit down in heat and not bother. These ones have to come out of their houses. Some stopped going to work. They have to sit at recreational centers just to allow water come on them because they don't experience these things on a normal day. Increasing evidence such as extreme weather events. You see, we're having floods recurring in Nigeria. You see droughts recurring in different parts of the northern parts of Nigeria. You have melting ice. All these things I'm saying are not vague because the way they are occurring in other parts, and that's why it's a planet. You see ice melting in perhaps the Arctic or the Atlantic, and then it is leading to sea level rise. And that's why you see that people will tell you that Lagos State is at risk because of the rising sea level. Beyond Lagos State, you have other parts of Nigeria also at the bottom that is also at risk. Why? Because now you will say some people would deny and say, yes, we have flooding before now. Yes, we have droughts before now. But the question is, before now, how often was flooding occurring? Before now, how often was drought occurring? Last year we had floods. The year before we had floods. This year, I'm not the prophet of doom, but you've seen floods occurring, and that's not going to be the last. So you see that the increasing rate of these occurrences point to the fact that we are having a crisis. You have oceans warming and acidification, atmospheric CO2, which is carbon dioxide, the concentration have actually reached the heights that it has never seen. And this is just to point to you that the climate has changed. Science has proven it. Before now, we had no evidence, but right now there is a lot of evidence. because, and that brings me to research, science, that I'm also a part of. Even if I try to play in between both science, I play with research, I play in the field of practice and also policy, trying to see how we can connect all of these things together. If you carry out science, for instance, like I did a study within Ibadan, the temperatures that we had from 1990 up until 2000, up until 2010, up until 2020, significantly, there was a very noticeable increase over time. Now, imagine if that trend was supposed to continue. What do you think will happen to an average man? And that's the climate crisis we are talking about. Now, there is the need to limit global warming. And that brings me to the Paris Agreement, which focuses that we need to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius to avoid catastrophic events. Now, this is to tell you that as warming is increasing, I'll just summarize that it has been figured out that the planet is warming at an increasing rate. The average temperature of the planet before now, pre-industrial times, is not what it is today, because overall it has significantly increased. And we are trying to limit this increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius, meaning if we go beyond this, we should expect catastrophic consequences. I will just proceed. I think I have limited time. So right now, I want to paint a picture to you so that you understand what the climate crisis is about. And I'll try to bring it in context of Nigeria. Every of this image here is from Nigeria. I want you to take your time and just look at this. Just try to understand the images you're seeing. Please don't look at me this time around, but on the screen. I'll borrow somebody to just give me one word that captures everything that is happening here. Sir, with the cap. Disaster. I need a very typical Nigerian word. The MC, please help me, the ME. Just give me one typical Nigerian word to describe everything that is happening here. God bless you. Now, these are things you see. To me, this is wahala. This is problem. The truth is, in all sincerity, if I should be addressing this topic, you're not even supposed to see a smile on my face because we are in chaos. It's the crisis we are talking about, because I can get out of here right now and I might not get to my home. Why? If it continues to rain and not stop, maybe for about 2 hours, trust me, what happens to, I think people are familiar. Somebody just, I got a clue from my conversation. What happens at Ojuri? Then imagine what happens if it rains 2 hours consistently. How do I get back to my house? How do I even go back to my school? How do I go back to where I'm coming from? I could even perhaps die in the event. And that's what's happening here. And I bring you this saying, and you should know, if you are living here today, that you have nowhere to run. So you have to either sit down and address the problem, or you would allow the problem deal with you. You have drought occurring. Once it is occurring, there is no food system. Just be thankful you can eat rice today. You are not sure that you'll be able to eat rice tomorrow. It is the truth. Be thankful that you can see cows to eat today. But if they continue at this rate, people will bring back dead bones for you to feed on. If it continues at this rate, they will not have corn. You can see somebody's child swimming in flood. What's the hope? You ask yourself, where's the mother? You can ask yourself, where is the destination of this kid? Where are they heading to? But that's not a boat. Now, this is what we are facing, and there is nowhere to run. And that brings me to the line that you have there. The time for climate action is when? The time for climate action is now. And why do we need climate advocacy? Why do we need to take these things seriously? First, what exactly is climate advocacy? What I'm doing here today to enlighten you and make you aware that there is an impending crisis that is eating us up. It is already here. You don't wait for it till it gets to you here. You might not have the time to address the problem again. There's an impending crisis, and then what do we need to do? We have to raise awareness. We have to influence public opinions. We have to drive policy changes and actions that are aimed at mitigating and adapting to climate change. Why is this necessary? Why do we have to do this? Because we do this, we educate and inform. We have to do this such that people are educated and people are informed. We have to do this so that we can amplify scientific findings. We need to do this so that we can put pressure on decision makers. We'll do this so that we fill in the gaps in policy. We'll do this so that we can catalyze change. Because if we do nothing, then we would, at the end of the day, harm ourselves. And I'm grateful for research, and I'll say it again, I am very much grounded in it. It's my field. I am involved in science and research. But it shouldn't end at research. Because at the end of the day, when you go to the field to do a study and you find out that these people are impacted by climate change, and then you use that to compute a thesis, and then you submit, you graduate, and at the end of the day, you throw your cap, and perhaps as you throwing everything you have done away and you forget about it. It's the sad reality. But what happens when you go to the field and find out that this community is largely impacted by climate change? Would you now take your findings and go back to the community and ask that what can we do to address this particular problem? Now, that is where amplifying scientific findings come in. We carry out researches, and because I was part of a team who actually did a research that analyzed the flood vulnerability, we are able to identify areas that will be flooded. It's not like we came to prophesy doom. We were able to identify that by 2020, I think that was 2020, 2021, this place, part of Nigeria will be flooded. We shared it online, just uploaded and all of that. But oftentimes, those things might be ignored. But you would do your own contribution. At the end of the day, during 2020, when it started to happen, it looked as if some people have seen it before. We didn't see anything before. We basically did some algorithms, put one, two things together, and we knew that this was what was going to happen. But after presenting that, what step was taken? So this is why we need you to be advocates. This is why we need you to open your mouth and champion this cause and make the government aware, make the people aware, educate that person within your locality and mobilize public support so that we can address this impending challenge. Now, this is a quote that you have from Greta Thunberg, who is a world-renowned climate activist. I can tell you categorically that I senior this person with everything that I have, but she is a climate activist and she's able to make a renowned statement that is globally recognized. And there you have it. You are not too small to make a difference. Act like your house is on fire, because it actually is on fire. But if you don't realize that, you will just be playing around. What is happening today that seems like you're unaffected? The day to come knocking at your door, would you be able to run away? That's the question. Now, how do you go about this? You need to educate yourself. And I tried doing a quick sampling to know how we kind of understand what climate change is about. I didn't get as much responses as I wanted to, but here you have it, education. Before you can advocate for something, you need to be able to educate yourself. First, understand these things. What exactly is climate change? How do I make just a regular person understand what climate change is about? So I need first to be educated. I need to know what carbon dioxide is. I need to know what greenhouse gas emissions are. I need to know what is driving climate change. I need to understand what mitigation and adaptation strategies mean. I need to know what clean development mechanisms are. These are like the things you need to do to find out, to be able to communicate with people at the lower level as well as at very high levels. Educate yourself. And next on, we speak towards raise awareness. Once you're educated, it is important that you raise awareness. Tell people what's happening. If you see the older ones who are the government and perhaps others leading in different sphere, because they've destroyed our environment completely, they would die of what? Old age. But what is most likely going to be? While they are dying of old age, they are at risk of what? Climate change. So we need to raise awareness. It is our lives we are talking about. It is the life of the future generation we are talking about. So if you don't fight for it, it will not be handed to you on a platter. You need to make demands, open your mouth and speak up. That's what raising awareness is about. And next one, you need to promote sustainable practices. I've taken a sample now, but I think because of our time, I just try to share on what, okay, you have some of them here. What are sustainable samples? Do more of local buying in terms of your food stuff. Buy local. Don't continue buying imported products. Unplug your appliances once you're not using them. These are basic things that will reduce your emissions and your energy consumption. Plant trees where necessary. Take shorter showers. Some of you, because you have showers running, you're wasting resources and you're putting even the mass at risk. These are basic sustainable practices that you can do. reuse bags, recycle plastics. These are practices that would help you to reduce your carbon footprint. Another thing for you to also find out, what is the meaning of carbon footprint? How can I reduce my carbon footprint? Then the next one, engage in dialogue. What I'm doing right now is more of a speaking activity, but I hope that we are able to dialogue when questions come, and then we can brainstorm together. Talk to your friends and tell them what is happening in your community that's related to climate change. Learn of the practices that you are doing to adapt. What practices are they using to cope? How can you, as a young person, also implement such within your own community? What abilities you have to also do that? So you engage in dialogue, and it starts very small. It starts from conversations with your friends. It starts from conversations with a group of people. From a group of people, you're having conversations with governmental bodies. From there, you're finding yourself at intergenerational panels, having dialogues on climate change and fighting for the rights of your communities. And that is how it works. It starts from now. Have those dialogues that would promote a climate smart economy. Next is that you support renewable energy as much as possible. You have renewable energy sources. Rather than depending so much on fossil fuels, you can reduce your carbon footprint by supporting renewable energy. When you are not able to afford it, encourage others to be able to do so. Then hold corporations accountable. And this is where, as advocates, we also come in. There are people that we know that they are causing this menace. And as advocates in the international space, what we are doing is that we are trying to hold the top nations. I don't want to use the term that they are called. We are trying to hold the top nations accountable. Because let me just give you this. As Nigerians, as Africans, we are responsible for just a very tiny fraction of what is causing climate change today. And that's global emissions, carbon emissions. And then the industrialized countries where you have them burning fossil fuels heavily are the ones that are responsible for the disasters that we are now facing today. As advocates, we are holding them by the throats and telling them this is what you have done in our continent, and you would have to pay to be able to address those things. And I tell you, those advocacy plans, those efforts that youth have been putting has been paying off, because today you have the adaptation finance. Today you have the loss and damage funds that will definitely be finalized at the conference of parties by the end of the year. Then also lobby for policy change. Once you see things that are not going down well with regards to climate change, you can mobilize yourself as a group. I spoke to a brother here, and he already has a foundation. With your foundation, you are able to mobilize for policy change and influence certain policies within your sector. And this sector I'm standing on today is the environment space, the climate space. What policies can you implement that is able to change the way things are working today? And I think I will just move on from here. And what I will say is, moving forward, take away from here, you need to build effective advocacy plans as an individual or as a group. You need to go to the streets, have a plan. Who do you want to reach out to? Do you want to reach out to school children? Do you want to reach out to the elderly? Do you want to go into communities and talk to them interpersonally? Do you want to use a megaphone to actually speak to these people? But very importantly, you must raise your voice. You must have a plan. You must take this information to the streets. People in your communities are not aware. And at the end of the day, climate impacts will not select people to affect. It affects everybody. So you need to do the responsibility to save yourself as well as save those in your communities. Next, you would have to engage with communities and come up with solutions. There are adaptations that you can do. There are solutions that are climate smart that you can implement at community levels. Perhaps you observe flooding. Look around. What exactly is causing flooding? Although, yeah, flooding will cause as a result of increased rainfall. But if you check your environment, perhaps the drainage that are there or your systems of draining water supply is actually exacerbating existing high rainfall. So you can work together to address the solution. You can work together to see how to make your community better and climate smart, such that it is resilient to all of these climate change hazards. So moving forward, leverage media and communications. The unnecessary posts that you share on Twitter, Facebook, on whatever can be used to inform the public that they should take action against climate change. Can be used to tell somebody that climate change is actually real, and these are like the steps that they should take. Flooding might occur, but when it happens, are you prepared? What preparedness plans do you have? What response strategies do you have? Are you vulnerable? What steps are you taking? These are the information that we should share with our network and to those that are out there. As young persons, it's important that you are not just supposed to sit here and listen to me alone, but at the end of these negotiations, conversations, and speakings, that you are able to act now. And please do me a favor. It might not seem like the best opportunity to do it, but look at somebody to your left or to your right, young or old. I tell the person, act now. Act now. All right, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the session. I don't know if I should leave it to the MC to be able to gather questions, or if you have questions, you could just throw them at me and I'll do well to provide answers. So if you have questions, I could do the running around. So just tell me, I could pass the microphone. You have questions based on all of the things I've said, or maybe you've heard of something related to climate change, adaptation, just any of those things, and you want to ask questions, please do also just raise your hand. Awesome. Okay, let's start from here. Okay. Sorry, I like to feel very free with the audience, so permit me. Okay. Okay, you want to see that? Maybe I should just pick this here. All of this, yeah? Okay. Addressing climate change. Good. Now, and thankfully, I not only dance around practice, I am within the science space. And so maybe I could contribute a bit to all of these conversations. But thankfully, somebody is here who also is within the field of renewable energy that would also speak to us. So we have what we call sustainability, sustainable practices rather. Now, sustainable practices means that you are living an environmentally friendly life. Yeah, there are things that you do to reduce your carbon footprint. There are things that you do to harm the environment less. So what are the things that you do on a regular day? For instance, I have a car, you have a car, like 6 of us have a car, or we have cars rather, and then we want to go out. But because we are, in quotes, big boys, yeah, I will use my car, you use your car, then we have more like a motorcade, yeah, of about 7 different cars going to the same location. Now, that might look fanciful, yeah, that might look very glamorous, but I'm sorry, as a climate activist, I would say that is folly. That is foolish. It's not proper. Yeah, aside the fact that you haven't burning your own fuel, that's your problem. But you are increasing emissions. Your vehicles have emissions. So you put one emission, it's not enough for 7 of you. You now decide to contribute 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 agglomerated emissions to the already affected atmosphere. Why? You are wicked. So the best practice for you to do at that point is to do what? As any effort you can actually take to make sure that you reduce your emissions would be a sustainable practice. So when you say things like fly less, it means that if I can actually attend a meeting virtually and that is allowable, don't say that I need to go to this country and then you have to fly. Some people will be very funny in terms of flying back and forth. Why? Because they have the resource. People that do that are not environmentally friendly. You have things like reuse bags. For instance, we have plastic bags and we are very fond of this. So I'll give illustrations there. So I've been opportune to travel a couple of places within Europe, and some practices that they do there compared to the ones that we do here are just very far apart. For instance, you're in Nigeria, you go to buy something, you go to the store, and you believe that it is your constitutional right to collect poly bags every time that you go. So you will go now, for instance, maybe you are even a kid. You go to buy noodles, yeah? You will tell them, what? Nylon bag. Some of you do nylon. That's the business for everybody. So you collect that, then you go home. And they say, hey, I forgot. Please, go and buy pepper. You leave the one that you collected, you drop it together with you go back again, and then they sell you pepper. And the next thing you do what it does? Nylon. And even if you return 100 times, you will ask for nylon 100 times. I'm sorry, you are wicked. Why? Because you are generating lots of waste unnecessarily. At the end of the day, what happens to all of the stacks of nylons that you have in your house? I hope you are aware that unlike the food that you eat, all those materials, nylon, plastics, they are not biodegradable. I hope you are aware that the plastics that you use and the nylons that you use and easily throw away. Since the day you were born, I can tell you 100% that every of it is still existing till date. So you ask yourself the question of, now, where are they? I'll tell you, some of your plastics currently, they're in Kaduna. Some of your plastics, they're in Kwara. Some of your plastic, unfortunately, are already in your stomachs. Then you ask me the question of how. I only drank the water, I didn't chew the bottle. Good. Now, when you throw these things indiscriminately, because at the end of the day, somebody's walking, they kick it gets into the brain, rain comes, you take it somewhere that you don't know. Your own is just that you consume it and you think that's the end point. But it doesn't end there. It continues to move. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, because lands are always drained, it ends up draining to rivers, from rivers to oceans. And then you get to see some pictures of oceans. You no longer have oceans. Perhaps we'll call them plastic waters. Because when you get there, all you see are plastics. But unfortunately, we go to rivers and we fetch your fish for you. And then you see these tiny particles of plastics, even within your fish, even in the things that you eat. Plastics are now even contributing to the soil that germinates your plants. So at the end of the day, all of these things that you're doing comes back to affect you. So when they tell you don't do certain things, you are living sustainably. That single-use plastic that you have chosen to hold and recycle. And I would recommend practices like recycle, reuse. You will here be familiar with reuse, reduce, and recycle. Yeah, reduce your waste. Where possible, reuse some of those items, and where you can, recycle them. And there are lots of initiatives that I want to encourage that you can leverage also upon, where people are already making use of plastic bottles to solve other problems, making use of plastic bottles to make chairs to sit on, making use of tires, just recycling these materials into something else. If you're doing these things, you're getting yourself green skills, you're getting financial remuneration for doing that, and you're also contributing towards environmental sustainability. I can go on and on for 1,000,000 hours on this particular topic, but for every single act that is written there, you're contributing to the environment, you're making yourself more resilient, and if not saving yourself, you're saving the unborn generation. I hope I answered that. All right, I saw questions from here. Can we live here today?
Thank you very much. I'm really very happy about your illustrations and also the analysis that you made, especially the comparative analysis between the developing countries and the developed world regarding the carbon footprint. But by your own assessment, I would like to know, do you think that we are not paying lip service to climate change issues? Then the available funds, policy changes, and some efforts that have been made, are they really going in the right direction, even as a nation in Nigeria? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. You can hold so anybody that has questions. Yeah. So that's a very technical question. Yeah. And especially when we look at ourselves today and see how much progress, if we should call it that we have made. Yeah. But I'll tell you that so far, I believe strongly that Nigeria is making progress in the right direction. Yeah. And this is not a credit to just one person. And I'll tell you categorically that this is not a credit to the government. But I would credit this because we are in a local conference of youth. I'll credit this to the youth. Because far and wide, the youth in Nigeria are driving climate action to communities. They are driving climate actions even to the international realm. Why? Because they've been able to see this not just as a problem. Like some people think, what I'm doing here today is not just a hobby. I didn't come here to tell you that climate advocacy is my hobby. Climate change is a problem. What we are trying to do is that we are trying to solve them. And an example of taking a step in the right direction is the fact that you are gathered here today. That's significant. Simple as that might look, that is significant. I'm communicating knowledge to you That is significant. As an advocate, I've been able to train secondary school students. I've been able to also talk to university students as regards the same thing. And we are also able to communicate green skills that they can leverage in their environment. And today you hear that some people are doing maybe one recycling program, and other people are doing some waste management program. Here you other have some people implementing some solar power driven economy in communities. You see people going into the streets, seeking funding and empowering communities, perhaps with solar energy. You see them planting trees. These are steps in the right direction. However, at the pace we are moving, it might not look as if we have arrived yet. And people might be doing certain things. There's what we call greenwashing, where you just cover up with climate change and you're basically just siphoning money. Now, if you are doing that, well, that's not like a mantra. If you are doing that, you are wrong. Yeah. And while people are doing that, we should be more concerned about solving the problem. And I would say again, steps are being taken to address the problem. In terms of finance, internally, we might not be mobilizing a lot of funds. And that's where it brings me to the opportunity of what we call public-private partnerships. Yeah, where we can actually partner as individuals. You can have your own establishment, seek partnerships with public enterprises, and see how that you can maybe partner on a sustainability project, either on solar-powered economy, trying to leverage on solar energy to put lights in homes and all of that. Now, there are resources like that which we can do internally. Most of the case that I've heard of so far, we are being funded by organizations abroad. We are being funded by the people who we are trying to hold their necks as being responsible for what we are facing today. And we have the adaptation funds. We have the funds coming from the global environmental facilities. We have funds that would also be coming eventually from the loss and damage. Now, these funds are meant to trickle down to be able to address these issues. And beyond that, it's time for us to be very innovative. And then we already have people who, first off, have an idea, identify a problem, try to solve it. Look for people you can partner with to get the resource to do that. I am doing that currently. I have a number of people who are also doing that in different communities in Nigeria. And I think we are making progress. We might not look like it now, but I tell you, the reason why I'm telling you this is so that you can join me, you can join the others, and we can actually make that change that we want to see. I hope that answers the question. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the speech. So, like, sorry, one of the carbon footprint that was mentioned. So, like, with my knowledge and that taking short shower, with my knowledge, I learned when I was in school that the soap and the detergent we use, they contain micro plastics. Despite the fact that, okay, we see plastics and we know that, okay, I need to trash it this way. But when it comes to microplastic, like it's our minimal short showers I would take that reduces them. So my question is, can there be alternatives of those ingredients that or whatever I mean companies that produces the soap, like is there an advocacy platform that that can address that? Instead of using it and people consume it, why not stop using it? That is number one. And secondly, I've observed that Otta, for instance, is a community that is not only a residential, is quite populated with a large number of industries. And obviously, when we go around, we see the emissions and all. Like, is there any measure in terms of advocacy, like telling them things to do to reduce the emission in the atmosphere? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for those questions. For the first one, which happens to do with microplastics and particularly in soaps and all of that. Yeah. Now that's a good one. So I might not have a very strong background in chemistry to understand microplastics and how they work, but most times the emphasis on reducing short shower is on water conservation. And I hope you're aware that the fact that we have water being cycled around doesn't mean that we have water always available all through. The reason for conservation is that you need water when they will not be available. You are wasting water here. Somebody is looking for water, perhaps from leaves, such that they can drink. And it's a planet. What's happening here, the downside can be felt at the other side. water conservation is necessary for agriculture, is necessary for other purposes, and it's necessary that we conserve water. With regards to microplastics, I might not be able to tell the extent to which that is contributing to, but I believe strongly that if it has a significant contribution, a very significant one, then things are being done to provide alternatives. I held a particular device. So there are alternatives to certain things that we do regularly, yeah. So I was holding this, and this is an alternative to straws, yeah, because you know that everybody use straws. Yeah, you just use straw and throw it away. You don't even care where it gets to. But inside of it, this is the casing, but inside of it is a steel metal. You can elongate it however you want. It's a substitute for straw. Everybody can own this, and nobody will have to buy a straw again. Why? Because you can reuse this for 1,000,000 times as many as you want to. Just have it with you. So there are other things like that instead of having it, and it is becoming a trend. I like that this is also fashionable. People are now using steel bottles, so that rather than buying 5 bottled water in a day, they would hold their water bottle and they can make do with that. They don't have to continue to waste resources and continue to litter the environment. So there are sustainable practices that are being done. And trust me, one of the I said here also was for the fact that we should hold corporations responsible. You see those agencies that are responsible for the production of, for instance, plastic bottles. You need to investigate what policies guide them. Yeah, what steps are they taking right now to be able to address it? You see, in case studies like I mentioned earlier on, there are initiatives abroad where people are making means of living even from these plastics and bottles and all of that. You consume a drink, you have plastic waste. All you just need to do is go back to where you perhaps bought it. There's a machine, a vending machine, but this time around it collects those items and then it pays you for bringing it. Yeah. In fact, it's funny, but yeah, as young people, we try out things. So we collected a lot of plastics without money and went there to use the plastics to buy a lot of, and it works. I tell you. Now that is an initiative that once implemented would generate funds and at least people get busy. So there are alternatives that are being practiced and it could work. Now, particularly with reference to Songo water, yeah, I might not know so much about Songo and what is existent right now. But the good thing is that if you're able to identify a lacuna, you're able to see a gap, then it might suggest to you that that's an opportunity for you to fill it. Yeah. So is there any advocacy that is around there? If there isn't, then it's a good time to mobilize. You have perhaps people that are also from there right now. You can network and see how that we can take steps, go into the streets. It starts very small. And I tell you, the impact that you can make by just connecting together and wanting to make that difference can go a long way. Once you take the step, to find you eventually where you want to be and you'll be solving problems. But the good thing that you should do is that don't just sit, or the bad thing that you'll be doing is after today, you basically just feel relaxed and end it there. But after today, you're able to do what the last slide says, which is that you act now because your house is actually on.
Please, can we celebrate Mr. Lawrence? That's been quite engaging, informative, and it's brought a lot of actions. And I think, like Mr. Lawrence said, and Prince also mentioned, Prince Adegbenrowen was talking about knowledge to empowerment. One of the things I would advise us to do for every one of us online and on site is, okay, what action are you going to take after today? What action are you going to take after Wednesday? It could even be that you're starting from advocacy, if that's the easiest you can start from. What action are you going to take? That's going to be what we're going to appreciate some more. That's going to be a measurable outcome that will bring more impact for us from our conversation. So I want to appreciate Mr. Lawrence once again for this insightful engagement he's brought about advocating for climate change. There's a lot of crisis, like he said, and we're going to see a documentary clip shortly. The media team will help us put up that short documentary clip we're going to see now. And little after that, we'll have our next panelist, Dr. Temitope Abodurin, come up. All right, studio, please.
Wondered how many trees we can cut down for timber with smart crops before the world will become a radically different place. Or how many pollinating species need to go extinct before some of our agricultural industry will collapse. These types of questions focus on the idea of limits. Limits to the ecological changes humans can cause on the planet and still prosper. Exploring these questions is critical, because our planet is under pressure from an increasing array of human influence. The result is large-scale environmental change and the danger that different aspects of the environment which support our well-being and prosperity may be destroyed. Understanding these changes and how they are likely to affect us is a considerable challenge and has led to the development of 9 planetary boundaries, or limits, to guide the way we govern and care for the Earth. So what is a planetary boundary? It's a value that if we cross, we're at risk of causing devastating and potentially irreversible damage.
Okay, while we wait for the media team to, I think there's space on some echo. All right. Studio, please just give us a sign once you are ready. I just wanted someone to make a remark to the last question that was asked. I know Mr. Lawrence was sharing some insight on that. We have a lot of indigenous, youth agents here talking about how industrial SOTA is and what actions are we using to hold industries accountable. So I want a remark on that so that we can also draw some actions from there. Could we get one or two volunteers to make remark on that? Okay, thank you.
Good day, everyone. I happens to be one of the executive of the Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mine, and Agriculture. So all industries. My name is Olasupomi Akapo, and I'm also an indigene of these local governments. So all industries, by law, a must, are member of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. So I haven't gone through this, and I've learned some things. I think one of the things we'll be doing is, okay, calling on all this industry, they are a member, talking to them. Okay, what are the things you are putting in place to reduce all the emissions? Then also all the waste that is being generated. Okay, how can our youth, like for example, we have a program, we call it Waste to Wealth, empowering the youth. Okay, gather the waste. There is already a company. The company is also a member of the Chambers of Commerce. There's already a company that will teach you what to do with the waste. Bring the waste to their company, they pay you back. So being an indigene and also an executive of the Chambers of Commerce, in collaboration with this platform, I think we are going to do something to do more of advocacy and liaising with the companies. So that's what I have to say.
Appreciate Mr. Olasunkomi, please. Thank you so much. That's all right. Okay, Prince Adegbero, please. Just
all right. Just to add to what is my leader anyway. I happen to be a member of the bar as well. Just to add to what he just said, to address the question Fowora asked. Now, I really don't know much about what is being done before now, but I want to believe that members here, that have come for this training, we take the call for action and we begin advocacy. Sukomi already talked about engaging chambers, right? The current president of Chamber of Commerce is aware of this program, right? There will be a new executive by 28th of this September, and we are going to engage him as regards this. Then while Mr. Lawrence was talking, I already have jottings of some courtesy visits that we as a group of people must do as a way of engaging the community to get aware of these things that are happening before us and to prevent, further calamity coming upon us as a people. And like we already said, there's a WhatsApp group, and we said on the WhatsApp group, the essence is beyond this training. so that after this training, we meet as a group of people and give ourselves tasks.
Okay.
Quarterly task. In 3 months, what are we going to do?
Wow.
For agriculture?
Can we applaud
what are
that,
we
please?
Going to do,
Yeah.
For like
Very
so.
good.
It goes beyond these 3 days,
Okay.
right? And that is why the WhatsApp group is there. So just tell yourself, not your neighbor now. Tell yourself there's work to be done.
There's work to be done.
You are not talking. Say, tell yourself there's work to be done.
There's work to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince Adegbenro. We appreciate that. And just like Mr. Lawrence said, okay, there's a last. Okay, okay, Mrs. Olajumoke. Thank you, Dr. Olani. That's from the Ota Economic Summit. Let's get a hear from Mr. Olajumoke as well.
Thank you. Good enough that we've agreed that there will be a WhatsApp group, because there was a meeting I attended with Syrup. Immediately after the meeting, he's talking about people speaking up about governance. And so they created the WhatsApp group and they asked us, Didi, what are we doing? But what I want to say is that as an outcome of this particular conference, can we just do a letter to the local government chairman, who is the number 1 citizen of Ado-Odota local government, to do something about waste? And, they need to do something, because we've had 1 or 2, I've attended 1 or 2 meetings where they actually asked that, okay, let there be a bylaw talking about how waste should be disposed. But to a very large extent, we are not working in that consciousness. I have a daughter, but I think now she's about 14. I think about 3 years ago, I took her to Lekki. Of course, at Lekki Phase 1, she told me, Mommy, the only difference between this place and Ota is that Ota is very dirty. And she didn't hide it. She was saying it as we're, crossing the pedestrian bridge. So people were looking at her. She does not even care. And that's the truth of the matter. So most of the things that we are even seeing that is causing a climate change issue for us, they are in our hands.
Yeah.
But we cannot act also when there is no, you don't have the backing of the law. The law must take its place, and that let us start with the local government chairman. So let there be, an outcome, a letter. This conference was held on so, and this is one of our recommendations, and we'll follow up on it so that there will be a backing for people's action as it relates to waste. Thank you.
Amazing. We'll follow up with the letter. Thank you. That's to the foot soldiers of advocates. Can we celebrate everyone, please? Thank you so much. Okay, let's see if we can. Media, we said, Mr. Stanley. Okay, if you could make the comment in 30 seconds, we'll appreciate so that we can just conclude and move to the...
Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Just a form of...
What's the name, sir, and the institution you're...
Play.
Okay.
In form of contribution to, just in 2 ways. The first thing I observed, most people here, we have been enlightened, and we see that the major problems come from the non-educated people. And I believe every community, we have what we call CDA, and they gather once in a month. And I believe if we can engage those CDAs to let people know, for instance, in the community, you see most of us buy sand in building. You see a lot of people pack sand from the road and destroy the area. You see the way they do most of those things, and you see why they do those things is that they don't have any knowledge about it. They don't understand what you are talking about. Look at this program now. Look at the number of people on the WhatsApp platform. Look at the people who are here. Who are the non-educated people? Are they represented? No. So when we live here, you are talking as if what we are saying is different from what they understand. And secondly, I just want to make emphasis on the effect of this climate change on our health. Okay. You see, so many things have changed now. You see a lot of people ask, in the last 3 years, when we see pregnant women, before, when you get to term, you fall into labor. But now, most people will be induced before they deliver. They don't fall into labor naturally. One of the factors is what we call epigenetic changes. Epigenetic changes is the effect of the environment on our own body. You see a lot of little children now, they get to, what we call it, puberty at the age of 8, instead of 13, 14, 16. And as a result, they will get to menopause at the age of 30 or 35. That is a major challenge for infertility. Don't let me take much of our time, but just for us to know, I came here to advance my knowledge and also to contribute to what we are doing. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Abiodun. We appreciate that. All right, so we just conclude on that documentary clip, and then we take Dr. Temitope Abodunrin next. Studio, please.
Have you ever wondered how many trees would be cut down for timber or to plant crops before the world will become a radically different place? Or how many pollinating species need to go extinct before some of our agricultural industries would collapse? These types of questions focus on the idea of limits. Limits to the ecological changes humans can cause on the planet and still prosper. Exploring these questions is critical because our planet is under pressure from an increasing array of human impacts. The result is large-scale environmental change and the danger that different aspects of the environment which support our well-being and prosperity may be destroyed. Understanding these changes and how they are likely to affect us is a considerable challenge and has led to the development of 9 planetary boundaries, or limits, to guide the way we govern and care for the Earth. So what is a planetary boundary? It's a value that if we cross, we're at risk of causing devastating and potentially irreversible damage to our planet. For example, if we take the boundary for land use change, the focus is global forest cover, and the boundary or limit is set at 75% of that global forest cover. Any further loss of forest is likely to have large-scale implications for our climate. It is thought that by staying within these limits, we will continue to live on a planet that has the capacity to support a healthy human society. The Planetary Boundaries Framework has captured the imagination of many within the scientific community and of policymakers. As a result, the ideas have been incorporated into international agreements, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, and have the potential to shape environmental policy worldwide. Planetary boundaries bring together knowledge from across the biological, physical, and social sciences. But to date, much of the research on the boundaries has focused on the land and land-based changes, with less focus on marine systems. Why does this matter? Because the marine environment covers over 70% of the Earth's surface. It is ecologically and structurally different to the terrestrial environment. And human society is reliant on marine systems for a range of irreplaceable services, such as the storage of fossil fuel emissions and for food. So what does this all mean? By having a planetary boundaries framework that is more focused on land than on sea, we may be developing international policy that does not account for important environmental changes that will have far-reaching negative impacts on our well-being. My research explores planetary boundaries from a marine perspective, asking how our understanding of the boundaries might change with a stronger emphasis on marine systems, and how these changes may affect our ability as a society to live within these limits now and into the future.
Let's talk about climate change. People are calling it the crisis of our time, and it is.
Climate change.
Climate change.
Climate changes. Climate change.
But it's easy to get lost in this story. The science is dense and politics get in the way. World leaders are meeting in Madrid to talk about the climate crisis and how to slow it down. And they're under pressure from millions of people around the world calling for concrete action.
The empty promises are the same and the inaction is the same.
So what exactly are we doing wrong and how do we fix it? We're going to kick this off with some basic science. So bear with me because this is important. Look at this graph. These are the levels of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere over hundreds of thousands of years. But this spike in carbon dioxide at the very end, that took off during the Industrial Revolution. We started breaking CO2 records in 1950, and we haven't stopped since. Why? Well, scientists say there's a 95% chance that human activity is the cause. We've been burning more and more fossil fuels like oil and coal, which release CO2, to power our homes, factories, airplanes, and cars. There's also a lot more of us. The global population has tripled in the past 70 years. And we're consuming more products from animals that release another pollutant called methane. So all those gases are released into the air, and when sunlight gets into the Earth's atmosphere, some of the heat gets trapped and the planet gets warmer. That's why they call it the greenhouse effect. But the concern is not that the Earth is getting warmer. It's that it's happening far too quickly.
But it's actually the warmest temperature on Earth since the last ice age, since 10,000 years ago.
The UN says that right now, our world is about 1 degree hotter than pre-industrial times. That's around the year 1800, which is okay. In fact, the UN says if we warm by 1.5 degrees before the end of the century, we should be fine. The UN even says 2 degrees would probably be all right. But again, the problem is speed, because right now we're on track to hit 1.5 degrees in only 10 years. And if we don't slow that warming down, it could mean catastrophe within my lifetime and maybe yours too. And we're already getting a taste.
Climate change is here. Climate change is happening. We are well into the 6th mass extinction event.
Europe is currently colder than the Arctic.
More than 1,000 people being rescued just in the early morning hours of Sunday.
Millions of people are likely to suffer worsening food and water shortages. Drought, which is now in its 10th year, is a phenomena that's here to stay.
We've never seen a year's worth of rain in less than 7 days.
Sea levels are rising about 3 millimeters a year because seawater expands as temperatures get warmer. Melting ice sheets and glaciers also add trillions of tons of fresh water into our oceans. People around the world are already losing their homes. And if things carry on, millions more of us will have to pack up too. Entire coastal cities could be underwater within 80 years, like Miami in the US or Osaka in Japan. Entire island nations in the Pacific could completely disappear.
Natural disasters becoming more and more intense, more frequent, with more devastating consequences. The dramatic impacts of droughts in different parts of the world, all this is creating a situation that is a real threat to humankind, and we are not doing enough.
If 99% of doctors said to you, take this medicine or you will get really sick and probably die, you would take it. Who wouldn't take it? The problem is at the moment, we don't have any medicine.
Now there is a plan to slow all this down. Back in 2016, world leaders signed the so-called Paris Agreement. And the big pledge is to cap temperatures rising by 1.5 degrees or a maximum of 2 before the year 2100. So countries set their own targets on how much CO2 they emit. But here's the thing, 3 years after the agreement, global CO2 levels are still going up.
CO2 emissions have been going up the last year by 2%. So that's actually above the average of the last 10 years. So it's started to increase again, and it doesn't look too good.
In some ways, we're going backwards.
The United States will cease all implementation of the non-binding Paris Accord and the draconian financial and economic burdens the agreement imposes on our country.
The US, one of the world's biggest polluters, has pulled out of the Paris deal. Russia and China are accused of not giving themselves ambitious targets in the first place. Turkey and Poland want to build more power plants that use coal. And then there's the skeptics.
It's a political decision that there is man-made global warming.
We forced the computer models to say, human influence, CO2 and other stuff.
The ground-based temperature data has been massaged to show an increase, but the satellite data shows no increase.
On the other hand, there is positive momentum. There's more awareness, and some countries are making progress. India, Morocco, and the Gambia have massive renewable energy projects.
There are different countries doing things successfully. So some countries are, for example, making all public transport free in the cities. What a great way to encourage people out of their cars.
But experts say what's needed now is an even bigger push to change everything about the way we run our world.
Business as usual has got to change. Politics as usual has got to change. In order to combat that, we have to change the system that has allowed it to happen. You can't have infinite growth on a finite planet.
And everyone can do that by, shifting to renewable energy, reducing the use of cars, use train more, cycle more, eat less meat, consume a bit more carefully.
So where does that leave us? Well, there's only so much bike riding and light bulb replacing that you and I can do every day. But the truth is that it's those everyday things that are going to change anyway. Even coffee could run out if farmers can't grow it. So the expert advice is that it's down to all of us to change our ways and shake things up, or climate change is going to do it for us.
For ourselves, that was very insightful, and that documentary will be leading us to next panelist who is on ground, on sets, online, talking about Dr. Temitope Abodunrin. I just read a brief of her profile, and then she come up on screen. Dr. Temitope Abodunrin is a dedicated clean energy researcher, prioritizing eco-friendly solutions to reduce carbon emissions. She previously served as faculty at Covenant University, inspiring students to embrace sustainable practices. Dr. Abodunrin holds a bachelor's degree in physics and pursued advanced studies, earning a master's and PhD in renewable energy and material science. A pioneering work with natural dyes achieved impressive solar cell efficiency. Her research encompasses band gap structures, spectroscopy, and sustainable resource utilization for a climate-smart economy in Nigeria. Please, let's welcome Dr. Temitope Abodunrin, and she speaks on Light Up with Renewable Energy. Dr. Temitope, you have the floor, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Olayeni. It's good to see you. I would want to establish.
Yes,
okay, please, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I would want to appreciate and acknowledge the VC as well as the chair of RCE Ogun, and then I will stand on the already established protocols. Okay. Please, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I would also want to appreciate the first speaker, the first panel speaker, Mr. Lawrence Apoterai, and the slogan which he ended with, "Act Now." As I was listening, I began to look in the face of the accomplishments that the youth in Nigeria have made. And I began to say that the difference between who we are before we entered RCE Ogun conference on the resilient climate solutions and who we are after will be basically on the steps we decide to take. And that's the challenge for you and I. I also want to implore the youth and Mr. Lawrence that have you thought of visiting the schools so that you could catch them young? What about visits to churches, mosques, so that you catch them with God? And then what about those billboards? Can we also use them to actually educate our audience on the importance of what one person can do, and then it will contain with others? Thank you for that. I will go on with my presentation. Okay, before I start, I would want to actually let us know that even while making this presentation, there are some facts that we cannot ignore. The first one is that fossil fuels will not just vanish. Yes, we want to act now. We are besieged with the fact that our decisions to burn fossil fuels, we just want to undo them, but it will not vanish because they did not also build up in one day. I'm sure you agree with me. Also, renewables will not just appear. In fact, when we look at the pictures that will unfold, you're going to discover that what we refer to as renewables are energy sources that have been with us since the times of our great-great-grandfathers. And at times, they're referred to as the conventional energy sources or even the traditional sources. And then what are we saying by extension? That we need to transit in our thinking. such that eventually we will be able to arrive at a balance. So what is that balance? Summarily speaking, fossil is actually about exploitation of resources. Renewables is basically about the replacement or just taking responsibility for our resources. I'm sure we all want to be responsible. This is the outline of my presentation. I would want to first of all define what renewable energy is, or what a renewable energy resource is. A renewable energy resource is one that can be used repeatedly. It does not run out. And why is that so? Because it is naturally replaced. Examples of such include solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, biomass, and I'm so happy and delighted that a lot of speakers today have been talking about waste. When we talk about renewable, it's also good we discuss what non-renewable is. Non-renewable energy resource is one that when used up, it cannot be replaced. Examples of such include coal, natural gas, oil, and nuclear energy. A significant problem for humanity and Nigeria is that we are still largely dependent on fossils to supply most of our energy needs. And I'm glad to be able to refer to presentations from my forebears. The reason why fossils is so difficult to replace is because they are able to meet our needs at a very fast pace. And the consequence, of course, is also the fast way our climate is responding. It is also important to note at this point that natural gas is non-renewable. And what it means is that it will also get depleted or finished within a time frame. So the notion that, hey, natural gas is available does not make it renewable. Now, any natural resource that cannot be readily replaced by natural means at a pace quick enough to keep up with consumption is considered non-renewable. Carbon-based fossil fuels were formed under intense heat and pressure, under anaerobic conditions underground for tens of millions of years. I'm sure you agree with me, that is a long time. How old is this planet? How long did it take for those fossil fuels to have accumulated? But the rate at which we're exploiting them is just amazingly fast. We need to reconsider our decisions. So as such, earth minerals, metal ores, fossil fuels, in particular coal, petroleum, natural gas, and groundwater, and even certain aquifers are all considered non-renewable resources, though the individual elements are always conserved. Conversely, resources such as timber, when harvested sustainably, and wind used to power energy conversion systems are considered renewable resources. And this is largely because their localized replenishment can occur within time frames meaningful to humans as well. I want us to look at this chart. This gives a summary of the history of our energy consumption. When we look at it, we see that a lot of our energy consumption is taken by our residential users. Please, can we mute, studio, please, can we mute that interference? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So we see that the industry use is, of course, less than the residential use, bigger than transport, but it has to be encouraged. Now, imagine if there is a diversion in our energy use, such that even in our residences, we prioritize the use of industry. We prioritize agriculture and forestry in order to decimate the way we consume energy in our residences. We also have to explore that kind of possibility. So we see that the largest share of our energy generation in Nigeria is consumed. And to light up, there's a need to diversify. It is interesting to note that in Nigeria, water, forests, plants, and animals are renewable sources. Have we ever thought of monitoring them, protecting them, and thereby conserving our natural resources? Sustainable agriculture, the cultivation of plants and animals, could be in a manner that preserves plant and animals' ecosystems and that can improve soil health and soil fertility over the long term. All of this should be practiced. Then overfishing of the oceans can actually threaten an ecosystem and endanger species, and possibly even determine whether or not a fishery is sustainable for use by humans. Such unregulated industry practice or method can lead to complete resource depletion. When we talk about renewables, earlier on I mentioned examples. Now, when we look up at the pictures, we have hydroelectric power, that is renewable energy. We have the wave energy, that is renewable, tidal energy, solar energy, biomass, geothermal, wind energy, all of these are renewable energy. Now, let us look at our shoreline in Nigeria. This is what normally typifies the shoreline. A lot of people, when they want to let out their stress, they make it a date to be there on the bar beach. How about if part of our bar beach became a place for turbines, wind turbines, such that as the turbines are moving, apart from people having a place for recreation, energy also is being created. If it has happened anywhere in the world, as I'm showing you, it can obviously happen in Nigeria. There is actually enough wind to power the planet 30 times over. Wind power could power all of humanity's needs alone. And the potential wave energy on coastlines can provide 1/5 of the world energy demand. Hydroelectric power can supply 1/3 of our total energy global needs. Geothermal can provide 1.5 more times the energy we need. I want us to go back to the times, our prehistoric times. Do we remember when the wind energy used to be a source to grind grains at the mills? So if we did it then, we can also begin to incorporate them gradually. Are you aware that there are other dams beside Kanji Dam in Nigeria? There are a lot of them. If you take a look at the projection, you will see a number of them. I want to challenge you. How many dams did you know apart from Kanji Dam? Now, if we began to develop all of these dams, your guess is as good as mine that our hydroelectric power will surge in the terabytes it will deliver to Nigerians, and the problem of epileptic power supply will be historical in Nigeria. Let us light up Nigeria as we develop all these other dams. You may know somebody somewhere, but first of all, let us start with our mindset, the possibility mentality. And then let us not keep quiet, like the earlier speaker said. Let us noise it so that at the end, all of our resources will begin to deliver on their potentials. Another interesting fact is that from 2001 to 2022, Nigeria lost 1.25 mega hectares of relative tree cover. Probably you tell me, yes, industrialization had to happen and we had to just, compete with the existing sophistications, and it was equivalent to a 12% decrease since 2000 and 0.27% of the global total. That is alarming, isn't it? The Akure Ofosu Forest Reserve was set up to protect Nigerians' rainforest. But fire and logging have destroyed 44%. That's more than a tithe of the primary forest cover. What are we doing about that? Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, plans to increase forest cover to a quarter of its landmass and issue its third green bond later. Why don't we start now? When I was in secondary school, I remember there was a scheme. They began to talk about planting a tree. And even some decades back, there was a lot of noise about planting a tree. And then it got on to saying that when you remove one tree, when you fell a tree, you plant two. I think these are consensus that should come back to our national agriculture and our advertisement and all encompassing energy. And that is the way we can light up our nation. There are lots of forest reserves in Africa, lots of them. Let us not even go internationally. And it is all about being intentional. If we check our trajectory in Nigeria, we discover that our forest reserves are fast getting depleted. We need to be intentional and put it back in our culture. The forest reserves are not supposed to become places where people fell log for timber and wood. There are diverse implications for that, as we heard earlier. But this is something we can do. Even you and I as individuals, have we ever thought of planting a tree? Have we ever thought of when we fell a log, replacing it with two? A tree, I'm sure you're familiar with that slogan that a tree doesn't make a forest, but also a forest starts with planting a tree. Let us start with planting just one tree, and we'll be amazed at how far that tree will go as we plant many more others in lighting up our continent and our nation, Nigeria. Another interesting fact that we should know is that with about 85 MLN electricity deficit and inadequate grid power, Nigeria was looking at rural electrification. They began to look into solar. That was December 2022. Another news quip says Africa's solar energy potential puts it ahead of that in America, Asia, Oceania, Europe, Russia. That's what new data shows. But more investment is required. There was another quip that said Nigeria's rural electrification, REA, spent some 45.89 billion naira, and this covered 2,000 electrification projects, and it impacted only about 5 million Nigerians between 2020 and 2022. My question is, were you amongst the 5 million? How can this reach all of us? The most popular of all renewables is actually solar energy. I'm sure as you're seated, you can already begin to feel the effect of the sun. And the beauty about Nigeria is that our location on the globe strategically positions us to be able to receive optimal solar radiation. Research and data have proven that the energy supplied by the sun in just 1 hour is adequate to meet all of mankind's energy challenges annually. My question to you and to me is, why are we not using it? So the solar photovoltaic power generation in the net zero scenario between 2015 and 2030 increased by a record of 270 terawatt-hour in 2022, and that was up by 26% in 2021. In Ado Odo Ota, how many solar panels do we have? in your immediate neighborhood, how many solar panels do we have? I think also we need to migrate from blaming that blame game. It is because PHCN. It is because, no, we have to start taking responsibility as individuals. Do you know that the solar photovoltaic accounted for 4.5% of total global electric generation? And it remains the third largest renewable energy technology behind hydropower and wind. Can you imagine that China's solar prowess is staggering, with a whooping sum of 4.5% gigawatt solar capacity. That was April 2023. The country is built to be the largest producer of solar energy in the world. If you check very well the meridian of China and that of Nigeria, you'll discover that we have more sun than China. What are we doing with the sun? I believe very much in the power of vision and dreams. This is Goldman Solar Park in China, and it caters for about 1.5 billion people. What happened? China saw that they had to cater for such number of people. They began to explore every form of power production, as well as trying to move to renewables. Nigeria does not have to be the exception. I'm sure you agree with me. Let us start with you and I. Let us get our own photovoltaic. Let us now look at the way Nigeria has been in terms of the timeline of the largest photovoltaic power stations in the world. If you look at the different photovoltaic power stations and the country, I cannot see Nigeria. Can you see Nigeria? So what is happening? That means you and I, we need to begin to look at our vicinity. Let us begin to tap into the energy, because my earlier speaker said, don't expect somebody to do it for you. You and I have to take responsibility, and let us act now. Are you aware that installing solar in Nigeria can cost from 100,000 to 15 million for a solar home system? If you start small, the beauty about the solar photovoltaic is that it will grow big. As we go on in this presentation, you will see how you can start small. So you can start small to grow big. When will you invest in your first solar panel? Please, can you ask your neighbor, when do you intend to start investing in your first solar panel? Do you know that there's another significant source of clean, persistent, renewable energy, and is beneath the Earth's surface? It is called the geothermal energy. Contrary to what you may expect, that yes, it's normally associated with volcanic eruptions that are very violent, our Ikogozi in Ogun State, the warm spring there, is it Ikogozi? Okay, Ikogozi in Nigeria, the warm spring in southwestern Nigeria, is a good geological evidence of potential geothermal energy. What it means is that we have an hydrothermal reservoir that can actually eventually serve as a sustainable potential source of energy. Because why? It is renewable. As I draw the curtains onto this presentation, I want you to remember that Nigeria has not fully exploited the potential for recycling waste materials, especially sawdust. There's so much that can be done with sawdust. And I liked the way the conversation went, especially after the first, where there was a move to start thinking about recycling. Plastic waste can actually be recycled, and it could become a solution for wealth creation, which is fundamental in Nigeria at a time like this. Also, in developed nations, communities are more conscious about environmental pollution. We also need that awareness. And we need to actually put regulations in place where people know that there will be consequences if their waste is not properly handled. So as a nation to light up, we need to promote waste recycling. Are you also aware that Nigerians, if we decided to recycle our waste, there is enormous wealth? According to the United Nations, about 85.9 billion tons of wealth is present in those recycled waste. Have you ever seen this kind of site before, this gory site before? Nigeria's public waste management is poor, and it's part of the problem of climate disaster. But my question to you today is, how much of your wealth lies inside here as a Nigerian? By the time we tackle the problem of sorting out this waste, I'm sure we would have started lighting our nation and ultimately the world. These are some of the resources I used. Thank you for listening. At this point, I would want to welcome questions.
Let's celebrate Dr. Temitope Abodorin for that insightful presentation. So we can almost summarize our presentation as Light Up Nigeria. Okay, so the floor is open for us to quickly engage Dr. Temitope. She's shared a lot of renewable energy channels we could explore to light up our nation and some of the recommendations. But within our context, based on our own operating environment and challenges, what are some of the things we think so that she can provide some, insight to that? So maybe we could just show a show of hands so that the mic will come to us and she can just speak the questions. Please, for those of our online participants as well, please, you could drop your question in the chats so that Dr. Temitope can respond to them together as well. So do we see with a show of hands for those on site questions around any of the renewable energy sources you cited, or any other concerns regarding, energy? Is it really possible for us to have that transition from fossil fuel to renewable 100%? And thanks that she gave that heads up already. It's not just going to change suddenly. Okay, Prince Adegbero. Okay, let's get the mic. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Temitope, for that wonderful presentation. You titled it Light Up Nigeria, right? You indeed light up our hearts. I believe I'm speaking on behalf of every participant here. Now, there's so much that you have talked about. And for me, as an individual, I am a social entrepreneur, and at the same time, I'm a business entrepreneur. And I'm seeing a whole number of business opportunities in what you have shared with us. But I am hacking into the mind of my fellow participant here. And the question is, where do we start from? Really? I know there's going to be breakout session, for agriculture, renewable energy, and what have you. But I mean, a quick one. How would you advise or encourage a young, Alta resident person here to begin renewable energy business as a way of contributing to climate change, what's it called now, projects, as it were? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. And I admire the candor with which you spoke. I also believe very much that every great thing starts small. And as an entrepreneur, I'm sure that is one theorem that has probably stood you in good stead. Now, do you know that there are people who collect bottles? Earlier on, one person added, I think it was somebody who was contributing, that at times, when you return the bottles you have, maybe you consume the content, you are actually paid something in return. That means that from that mentality of, okay, I go, I buy, and money leaves my pocket. Why can't I also think of how money can come back into my pocket merely by recycling? So recycle is a very simple way to start. I think in our environment, it's not too much if we had those big black bags, and then even in our homes, we began to sort out, the household items. For instance, it doesn't cost too much to have one bag solely for your bottles. Another bag could be for maybe your agricultural stuff, all packaged together. Another one could be for your organic waste. By the time we got that into our thinking as individuals, it will be easy for us to sell it to the society. But even as we speak, I know that in Covenant, they recycle used paper and eventually it becomes tissue. But even you and I, what about those tins? What about those bottles? There are places we can actually start from. At times, even iron, they weigh them and we're paid for them. So my advice to you, Mr. Prince, is look around you. All those things you have been throwing away, begin to ask yourself, which one can I recycle and it will bring back money to me? I don't know if I've been able to answer your question. And then also around you, if you're living in your own plot of land, you could also start thinking about maybe a kind of project, see where the wind goes faster in your house, so that you begin to think of, hey, maybe one day soon, you're going to have your own wind turbine, and eventually you don't have to be 100% reliant on PHCN. I don't know if that has put you maybe in a right frame of mind, or you need more clarification. I would like to give you that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Temitope. And, talking about where to start from, sometimes one of the need most people have in powering devices is one of them is charging devices, charging phone and all that. Most times we see people doing that as businesses, but then not in a very creative way, just looking so disorderly, and they have to even put on generators to power people's devices. Are there other creative ways to perhaps leverage solar panel, do it such a way that it can actually power a lot of devices, charge people's devices, and perhaps that could also bring in some value, just thinking out loud. All right, there's another question here for you, Dr. Temitope.
Okay, please, should I respond first to your own, Dr. Olayeni? Okay, may I?
You can go ahead, Dr. Temitope.
Okay, sir. One challenge we have as a nation is we have not learned how to play together as a team. We always try to outdo one another. And it will have been amazing how beautiful it will be if we synergized. There's this quip, it says two will always be better than one. There is such a multiplicity that comes from working together as a team. Now, if you check very well in that Covenant University environment, you're going to see that the street lights are powered by solar. And what it means is that when there is a short power outage before a change, the street lights are not thrown into utter darkness, because the solar panel it has a battery that stored up part of the solar photons during the day. So now, by extension, the beauty of renewable energy is that the more you use it, it enjoys the economy of scales, meaning to say that if I buy one solar panel, it will cost more effectively than when I buy 100 units or 1,000 units or 1 million units. By the time I'm on to 1 million units, it's almost as if it's a giveaway. So what it means is that if you start as an individual with one solar panel, try selling it to your neighbors. By the time all of you congregate and you have a solar farm, you'll discover that it is relatively cheap. Going back to that of charging. Now imagine if people united and began to buy, a solar panel charger. What it will mean is maybe the first one will be very expensive, but subsequently, there will be improvement, because as knowledge increases, development also accompanies it and technology improves. So going forward, instead of having us charge our phones with those, I better pass my neighbor, why don't we have solar charging units? Maybe, you just go there for a minimal amount of money, you get your phone charged. And then with time, the beauty is that it will only get cheaper, because renewable energy experiences economy of scales. I don't know if I was able to touch up on the answer you wanted, or you need more clarification. I would like to give that as if time permits.
That's fine, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was very insightful, and I got some idea from what you just presented. But my question is, Nigeria, or let's say Africa, is a beautiful nation.
Yes.
It's us more than every other nation. But one thing I'm particular about, you gave an insightful expository overview of what Nigeria or Africa possess. But where I'm going to is, how do we as citizens in Africa or in Nigeria, how do we hold our leaders accountable? Because you and I can't make the laws. And there's no society that is not governed by laws. And those laws that are being governed, who implements them to the latter? So if we talk about advocacy now, and we want to light up Nigeria, we want to recycle the waste, what are the policy on ground? And what is the political will? How do we as a people, how do we push people who are taking charge of their affairs, of running the ship of Nigeria? How do we make them accountable so that when we shout, when we talk, they say, if you know something, say something. If you see something, say something. How do we make it such that these leaders that we have appointed, they are able to implement what's in our mind and make Nigeria and, of course, Africa a better world? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Tunji-Olayeni.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very, very insightful. But I want to actually also crave your indulgence, sir. If we take a proportion of the number of people in leadership, we're going to discover that the majority is actually the population. We have more people who are Nigerians than we actually have in the leadership space. So many times I have also wondered at, yes, the leadership, how do we get across to them? But there was a day I was forced to see, maybe I was actually in a public bus, and I saw what the average Nigerian did to another Nigerian. And I now saw that the problem of Nigeria is not leadership per se, but our concept of our individuality. Sir, I am convinced that you are a voice. And when you and I start to do the right thing, yes, we may not maybe outrightly be in the leadership space, but somehow, some way, we have influence. As we keep saying the right thing, it will keep actually growing. It will spread in its contagion. I also want us to de-emphasize the feeling that we are not powerful. As individuals, as Nigerians, we are vested with a lot of potential. And I think that many times we are limited. Maybe that's also a conspiracy theory, because the few people who are in leadership, they feel threatened. But I'm telling you that as a multitude, we have a very loud voice. Let us not undermine the power in one. Yes. So back to your question. If we start with our own, I get maybe 10,000 naira to start with. Then I tell my neighbor, do you know that when I recycled my bottles, I was able to get 10,000 naira extra? 10,000 naira is not beans. Let me use everyday terms. It is not groundnut. I just got 10,000 naira extra. What will I do? I will go get more. All those my paper, I can look for ways to get, because I'm very sure in Covenant, there's a place where, they collect paper, and then they recycle. You could find out you and I could find out what it will be for us as private or individual incentives. But I am personally sure that those jerry cans, those yellow ones, at times you get to sell them in the market, and it is very good money. Money that, I mean, when you just get the 2,000 naira, it builds up to 10,000, it gets to 15,000. I mean, you'll be smiling. And just from what? From recycling what you have. So I have experienced those jerry cans at least. When I was preparing, I saw that, hey, bottles also could be a form of, wealth generation. I think we could start with that. But another thing I want you to remember, sir, is that, yes, majority who are saying the same thing, they carry so much power that even the few people at the leadership helm will have no choice but to recognize the fact that they have power. Please let us not relent. I think that is what we should say. And we must not give up on our dreams. Whatever those dreams were, sir, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, fan them to flames, because the future lighting up our nation only belongs to people who believe in the originality and the possibility that one day their dream will happen. It will not die. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Temitope. That's very passionate. Can we appreciate that, please? All right, so we'll just take this last set of questions. You can help us note them so that I can give a response together for them because of time.
Good afternoon, Ma, and thank you very much for the presentation. So, while you were presenting, an idea dropped, and I would like you to throw more light on it. And that's in the case of planting a tree. I like someone like myself in person. I'm very good at influencing people when it comes to change, active advocacy. So the thought that came to mind was, when someone, like when a friend wants to have a birthday party, instead of organizing a birthday party, can they like come up with, oh, I want to plant a tree in respect of I'm adding a new age and impacting into the like climate change in a way. So like if someone wants to do that, how do you go about that? Like we could have several persons join that project, and instead of them doing the whole celebration thing, they want to add value to the climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Gideon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Temitope. Thanks for your erudite presentation. Well, I just want to know, how do we balance the equation between biomass, energy, and climate change? For example, I know that afforestation or deforestation has micro or macro effects on climate change. Now, the population of Nigeria, for example, is growing.
Yes.
Economic needs of people and the desire is equally growing. Want to cut trees, maybe to make furniture, to export, and to do things like that. Then, and also, we're also talking about climate change. So how do we balance the equation? Who is responsible? How do we manage things holistically? Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Temitope, do we take them together? We have a comment for Mr. Lawrence as well. Mr. Lawrence, maybe we have you first, and then Dr. Temitope closes up that session.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll try to answer to about 2 questions I had, one from him and then one from there. I can't remember who asked now. Now, the first one, I think I'll just lend you an idea that could feed into social entrepreneurship, and then it could also feed into entrepreneurship. That's when it comes to handling renewable energy. Yeah, how do you start? You can come up with an idea such as, I want to train, say, 20 people to be able to acquire solar skills, solar installation, and all of that. Yeah. You can come up with the idea. As a social enterprise, you can identify stakeholders that can partner with you on that idea. You can check those that are already in business, who are already doing that. You can check around, tell them that this is what you want to do. You want to equip people, yeah, with skills. Now, these people might not have money. Some might have money to pay. For those who do not have money, with the stakeholders that you have, people that are forward thinking, and I'll tell you, you wouldn't know except you find out. You can ask. There are people who will voluntarily volunteer their materials just to make sure that they raise other people up. I tell you categorically, if you're able to partner with about 4 organizations to train 20 people, you wouldn't even need money to do that. The equipment is there because they are operational. You teach them, maybe they undergo lessons for about 8 weeks. Then you can also link these people that you have trained to now even intern with already established organizations. Yeah. And then maybe one is interning here, one is interning. They would be able to develop their skill and competence. And I tell you, from just doing that, they would raise the money that they need to be able to even start the business for themselves. That's looking at it by combining social enterprise together. So it starts as a social enterprise because you did not pay. You got it because of partnerships. Now, once you're able to do that, they can now stand on their own to own businesses that are focused on renewable energy. Now, that's a strategy. We could go on and on and on and on. But one thing that we should look at is the importance of partnerships with stakeholders, partnerships with people. And it takes me to the second question of having to blame the government. The truth is, we can sit here all day and blame the government and we would not make a move to do anything. But if you can leverage partnerships within ourselves, as you have a social enterprise, I can be sure that there are a couple of persons here also who have social enterprises. Connect and the force that you can pull together and something would work. Then to the other question of how do we make a change? How do we solve this problem? The problem is actually very gigantic. It is, but we cannot solve it by ourselves. Yeah, as it were, you see, we think the government has to do it, but beyond the government doing it, and that's why I was talking about holding corporations accountable and also pushing for decision making. We can actually influence policies. If a group of young people can mobilize and vandalize properties that will call the government's attention, then we as decent humans can actually mobilize and compel the government to append to certain things. There are a couple of bills that have been passed on, one of which is the Lagos Startup Bill that would also extend across Nigeria that favors startups and excludes them of several payments and all of those things. So we can actually mobilize for these things here. As an organization, identify what you want to do. As an individual, identify what you want to do. Seek for people who share similar goals. Yeah? Seek for organizations that advances the same cause. Pull your strengths together, mobilize more force. Don't go to the most senior person, which is the president. Go through the route of your local government chairman. You navigate through that part. Then from the local government, you're able to access maybe the state house before you know you're accessing, and then you're influencing policies. And that's what we call from the bottom up. It's a bottom up approach. If you start from the up, you won't get it right. But if you start from the bottom, then you can make giant strides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence. Thanks. Was that helpful? I think you should appreciate Mr. Lawrence some more. All right, Dr. Temitope, do we have your closing remarks to either questions?
Okay, thank you very much. May I respond to the questions asked? Okay, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Lawrence for he did justice to that social entrepreneur question, and I'm grateful for that. About planting a tree and making it an excuse for maybe a birthday party. Why not? You know, at times, if we need to have an excuse to do a good thing, why not? But that will mean that you'll only plant a tree once a year. I think it could be more than. Okay, so maybe that could be part of an idea that you could incorporate. Wonderful. Tree planting, birthday party, wonderful. But I think we need to do more than that. But if that is what you want to launch out with, why not? But you know one thing, fossil fuel is going at a fast speed, you know, in consuming our climate, the effect. So we too need to up our game. So maybe from birthday party planting of trees, we need to multiply the effect in different ways. I'm sure with your creativity, you'll be able to come up with a host of others. Okay, then biomass energy and climate change. Actually, the energy, when we talk about green plants are the only part of the ecosystem that are able to utilize carbon dioxide. So in trying to forestall the way carbon dioxide is building up in our atmosphere, one way to check it is by planting vegetation. And then when we talk about maybe biosystems emitting carbon dioxide, yes, they emit carbon dioxide, but that one is biodegradable. That means it's able to decompose faster than the normal carbon dioxide that comes from fossil fuel combustion. So that is why we advocate at times biofuels, not that they do not produce carbon dioxide, but it produces a carbon dioxide that is what? Biodegradable, okay? Then afforestation, climate change. Yes, it's true that when industrialization happens, some trees have to be sacrificed. But when we look at developed countries, you see them being intentional. Large acreages is actually devoted solely for planting trees. And I want to also challenge us that the richest farmer, as we speak, may be somebody who is planting tree crops, because there are some tree crops that are very, very expensive. If I want to challenge you, if you want to delve into agriculture, surf and find out about tree crops that you can actually sell and how much they go for. It will blow your mind. So at times, the reason why we are where we are is because we have not gotten enough information. So, sir, I challenge you, please try to get maybe hard crops that are tree crops that can fetch you hard currency. You may discover that whatever you are doing now, you want to leave it and just face that business venture because you'll be smiling to the bank. Then also about social entrepreneurship, as Mr. Lawrence was describing it, something came to my mind that some banks actually have some slots that is just solely devoted for certain businesses, or maybe at times it's labeled education, it could be labeled business. So why don't you go to your own maybe local bank, find out if there's any such scheme. Maybe they're able to give you maybe some help to cushion off when you start out, You may just discover that help was just lying there waiting for you to ask for it. So I don't know if I've been able to touch up on all the questions, but I think I have. And I want to thank you once again for the privilege to have been a part of this insightful audience. Thank you so much.
Very much. Can we appreciate Dr. Temitope Aboduri, a renewable energy expert? We appreciate your wisdom and the depth of insight you have provided into this. We'll take the last panelist and then we close for today. Please don't forget to network like we have shared and said all through today. Someone is running something, someone is started another project. Let's see how we can collaborate together so that you don't just leave alone. Please make sure you meet other people as well. When we're also going out, please don't forget to also take your takeaway refreshment where you're going, right? So we'll take our last panelist. That's Mr. Ifeoluwa. And like Dr. Temitope said, the richest farmer. Talking about the richest farmer, who is interested about that, right? So agriculture, we take that part of it. So we take that part. Just read Mr. Ifeoluwa's profile and then he's going to share with us and then we close from there. All right, so I'm sure studio, please help us confirm Mr. Ifeoluwa is on standby and everything is set so that we can take it up. Mr. Ifeoluwa Olawale is a third-generation farmer, agricultural economist, and development practitioner with a BSc in agricultural economics and MSc in sustainable development practice. With nearly 2 decades of farming experience and a decade in agribusiness, he specializes in climate-smart agriculture, circularity, and green growth. Ifeoluwa leads the hydroponics food garden project, fostering agricultural innovation and sustainability. He's training and programs manager at Big Farms Concept, an agri-tech company in Nigeria. Recognized for his contributions, he has received international awards and scholarships, including the 2021 Bloom's Global Fellowship. In his personal life, he's a dedicated husband and advocate for purposeful living, currently living in Edinburgh, Scotland, and is an optimist with a passion for adventure, reading, gardening, and the future of Nigeria. He's going to be expounding the conversation on climate change and food security. Please, let's welcome with a hand clap as we receive online Mr. Ifeoluwa Olawale. Mr. Ife, you have the floor, sir. Mr. Ifeoluwa, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Okay, I will appreciate if I can share my screen if the technical person. Okay, great. Can enable me to share the screen from here. So, all right. Okay, so while we wait for that, it's such a great privilege to be here, and so nice to say thank you for the invite to the organizers of Lcoy, the local conference for the youth. It's so great to be here, and thanks for the last panelist and the first panel list as well. The discussion, it's such a great well delivered. Okay, well delivered. All right. I'm still unable to share, please. All right. Okay. So this afternoon,
Okay. Yes, you can go ahead now. You can try attempt to share now.
Oh, great. Fantastic. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can see it now. So you can put it on slideshow.
Yeah, working on that. Great. Okay, so like I was saying, it's such a great privilege to be here, attending the local conference of youth in Nigeria. I understand that the theme we are considering is building resilient systems for for a climate smart economy in Nigeria, and such a great privilege that I consider to be invited to lead us on this thought of climate change and food insecurity. You're also talking about climate change and food security because it's not just good that we talk about problems. I believe more about we being solution driven. So I'll largely be talking about the food security aspect, particularly the things we can do to ensure that we have a food secured Nigeria. Okay, so currently Director Training and Programs, BIC Farms Concept. And at BIC Farms, we are actually leading the vision of empowering Africa to feed herself and the entire world. We believe Africa has done it before in the past. For people of history, you will agree that there was a time it was only Egypt that fed the whole world. So we believe that that narrative is still possible. And we are championing that with all of our activities. And in doing that, our core mission is for us in scaling up the deployment of modern agri-tech in Nigeria and Africa. Thus far, we've been able to train about 30,000 persons across Africa, including specialized training in Kenya and upcoming training in Liberia, also people from Ghana as well. Equally, of course, our core values, we are result driven, we are passionate about what we do. And of course, our yes is yes, we love what we do. And of course, yes, we believe that the spiritual controls the physical. So yes, the topic of the day, I'll just try to rush. I understand that, okay, not to rush, but at least you still understand what I'm saying. Okay, so yeah, climate change, as we all know, is the most illustrious environmental challenge of the century. It's well known. It's in fact even the baby in the womb, knows what climate change is because virtually everything we do today is currently affected by climate change. Everything that we do, the way we live, the way we move around, how we be, even the way we build our houses, the food we eat, it's all affected by climate change. And it's interesting to know that bulk of the climate change, challenge that we have are largely anthropogenic. And by being anthropogenic, they are actually human caused, they are human influenced. And that becomes a very critical issue for us to look into that. Oh, how can it be that humans are, the bulk causal factor of climate change? And particularly speaking into agriculture, being an ecosystem function-driven sector, climate change has significant impact on the food and agriculture sector and our nutrition. We talk about the planet as part of what's also affected by. We talk about economic growth, just like the last session was on, renewable energy. We talk about energy consumptions, talk about population growth, as the premise, the factors, that really contribute and that are affected, by climate change itself. And in looking at that, I just need to give us a bit of history that it's not today. In fact, it's not just 20 years ago, 30 years ago that the issue of climate change has began. And the first significant contribution of that is by Joseph Fourier. He talked about the greenhouse effect, which I'll just briefly show us a pictorial view and just describe so that we actually understand a breakdown of what really happens and why the last speaker was talking about the need for us to green the environment, the need for planting trees, the need for us to go renewable in our energy consumption. It talks about, carbon footprint, the methane footprint as part of the contribution of Joseph Ferrer, which was in 1820. So you see that climate change was actually not a 21st century phenomenon exclusive. It's just that it's at this stage that it has become illustrious, which is very good that if we're going to achieve sustainable development, we need to start, now. In fact, it's some school of thought will tell you that we're already late at the moment because we talk about the 1.5 degree, temperature limit, which is currently far, which we are currently far, in terms of achieving. And we talk about the numeric explanations for the effect of atmospheric carbon dioxide and temperature, which was actually in 1896 by Swande Arrhenius. We talk about the standard metric measurement of human-induced changes of the CO2 by Charles Killing. We talk about ozone layer depletion, Paul Crutzen, by, we talk about the chlorofluorocarbons, we talk about the hydrochlorofluorocarbons in the invention of the aircraft, and then, of course, how changes happened. And it's just also very important for us when we talk about climate change to make mention of important bodies, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change that continue to, drive the need for us towards what we call climate neutral planet. And these bodies are responsible towards ensuring that countries, you talk about what we call the national contributions, that nationally determined contributions by countries, by regions, that, okay, what are you doing? 40%, okay, renewable energy generation. We talk about, oh, okay, you're going to have transportation system fully, powered by batteries or powered by solar system. So these are the international bodies that are responsible in ensuring that climate change, a climate neutral planet is achieved. Okay, so let's go further. Of course, climate change actually includes global warming driven by human-induced emissions, just like I said earlier, that, a bulk of, climate change issues that we have actually anthropogenic. It's largely anthropogenic. And the largest driver, of course, like I said, the humans, and resulting large-scale shifts in weather patterns. And we talk about the greenhouse gases. For those that don't know, you talk about the CO2, that's your carbon dioxide, your methane, your nitrous oxide, your ozone itself, and then of course we talk about water vapor. Interesting, right? For some, how can water vapor, be part of it? And of course we talk about artificial chemicals, just like I mentioned before, and the chlorofluorocarbons, the hydrofluorocarbons as well. And we talk about the greenhouse gas emissions by sector. It's interesting to see that agriculture is the second largest, right? Can you see that, second largest in terms of emissions by sector? But the interesting fact is that the same agriculture presents to us a good platform, proven platform that we can use to also adapt, we can use to increase our resilience. It can also use to actually mitigate. And of course, we can talk about the joint annual mobilization of about 100 billion. This is actually according to the Sustainable Development Goals annual contribution that is being released, that has been designed to ensure that developed countries actually address the needs of developed countries under the Green Climate Fund capitalization. So what we are saying is, what we are looking at, climate change being an illustrious phenomena of the 21st century, is something that is being well funded as we speak, and that like many of the things that social enterprises around today, can actually, tap into. Okay, so let's like I mentioned, a brief about the greenhouse gas effect. Basically, what we are saying is that from the sun, there is solar radiation reflected, by the earth and the atmosphere. So wherever you don't have anything growing, where you have a smooth surface, your sea, for instance, the desert, for instance, or a bare ground, for instance, places in many of our, urban houses where we don't even have any green, what happens is that the rays actually bounces back, and by bouncing back, of course, it comes with effect of heat accompanied with it, of course, and the rate at bounce back is not the same with the rate at which it actually hits the earth surface. So that sheet actually goes on about to actually create a thin sheet, is what we call the greenhouse effect, such that in that sheet there is heat. So we talk about the concept of global warming from that aspect. The infrared radiation is emitted by the earth surface back, such that it creates a bounce back effect. We talk about reflection, radiation, and of course, talk about refraction too. So some of the infrared radiation passes through the atmosphere, some is absorbed and is emitted in all directions of greenhouse gas molecules. The effect of this is to warm the Earth's surface and the lower atmosphere. So basically, the impact of what climate change does, social and economic impact. We have relocation of old towns, like many of us, we've seen, these days. Even let's come to Nigeria, the rate at which the occurrence of flood in the last 5 years is quite alarming. And, NIMET has equally alarmed again that a few states should, do everything possible now to ensure, ensure the dredging of their dams, the rivers, because there are statistics, data that are shown that there is a possibility of an impending flood as well. So we see shrinking productivity of harvest, which we'll be talking about, in the next few minutes. We'll talk about prices of basic foodstuffs and consumer goods, of course, that has continued to increase, extreme meteorological phenomena, which cause widespread poverty. We've seen the cases of diseases as well. A good example was in 2020, which is, the COVID-19, for instance, loss of capacity to work due to it, more works to gain access to limited resources. A very good example, again, the Ukraine-Russia thing. And of course, the cost of adapting coastal areas to rising sea levels, a very good example for people in Lagos or familiar with areas in Lagos. And we equally, talk about fresh water will be in short supply in some areas, that there won't be equal distribution of water, even areas that used to boast of constant supply of fresh water. A very good example, like I try to tell people, I know a community in Oyo that they used to have a very flourishing riverbed. Now the river is dried up. In fact, another good example is the Lake Chad. Lake Chad, which has, of course, the drying up of Lake Chad is responsible for, or a causal factor for the downward movement of the Fulani herdsmen down to the Middle Belt and now into the southwestern part of Nigeria. Okay, so why then are we talking about food? That we're looking at, of course, we've seen the different aspects of the socio-economic impact of climate change. And, different things, different ideas might be going around when you think about food. And I like to, this one by Ludwig Andreas, that food is the beginning of wisdom. The first condition to put anything in your head and heart is to put something into your stomach. The reason why we can only listen to whatever, all I'm saying now, all I can hear is that either you've eaten something or there's the hope that you eat something after the session, except of course if you're fasting, and if you're fasting is a different thing. But then it's the fact that the way humans, the way we take energy, the way we to do anything is by our intake of food, so food is very important. We are saying that it's necessary. Just like, we talk about energy is requisite for any form of productive activity. The same for humans. For us to be productive, we need to eat. We need food. Is the beginning of wisdom. Is the beginning of wisdom. Okay. So, and in looking at that, we must understand that the reason why we are looking at food is that component of sustainable development, we cannot do without talking about or addressing food. And sustainable development is talking about Human societies must live and meet their needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It is a way of organizing society so that it can exist in the long term, which means we are taking into account both the imperatives, the present, and those for the future, such as the preservation of the environment and natural resources, or social and economic equity. And in looking at this whole concept of sustainability, we are talking about the social, the environment, and the economic dimension. We talk about having a bearable environment, a social environment, an equitable and economic social environment, a viable economy as well. All these come together to create what we call the sustainable development system that we have, is the whole idea of sustainability. And I know you'll be wondering, why do we need to talk about sustainable development? Because we are only dealing with food security and climate change. It's all part of it, because the goal, just like we talk about the sustainable development goal 2, talk about, talking about zero hunger. It is an integral part of ensuring that how we eat today, hope we are not jeopardizing the future generations, their own capacity and ability to eat food. So if we are going to talk about food security and food insecurity, we must understand that it is with the perspective of sustainability, is with the perspective of sustainable development. And in talking about sustainable development, we are not just only talking about profit, as you later see here. We're not just only talking about profit. We're not just only about cost saving. We're not just talking about economic growth, research and development. We are talking about all these things. We're talking about economic prosperity alongside education, alongside equity, alongside natural resource use, alongside environmental management, pollution prevention, and all that other speakers have talked about. Such that how can we harmonize those systems together? How can we ensure that this ecosystem of our productive activity is integrated into one, such that we have a social environmental economic system and social economic system that drives sustainability. Okay, so when we talk about food security, basically we are talking about the household level economic and social condition of or uncertain access to adequate food. And of course, a big many of the causes we talk about conflict, just like I made mention, the case of the war in Russia and Ukraine, which has, across Europe, and even some parts of Africa too, that has, heightened the food insecurity issues. Of course, we talk about climate change, the major culprit at all times, because now we talk about how the weather patterns are not the same. In fact, even how rainfall patterns are not predictable. We talk about prolonged drought prolonged drought. We talk about the time it takes to produce food has been elongated. We talk about how that there is no reliability in terms of this is when to plant, like what our forefathers used to do. We talk about inflation and rising food prices. A very good condition of a very good scenario of what is happening in Nigeria. We talk about food wastage. We talk about population, increase in population, and how increase in population, relates to food insecurity. The fact that you have more mouths to feed, but with low productive capacity, how do you feed that main population? And of course, Nigeria having been blessed, with such a huge number, about 200 million people now. But then our productive capacity such that we get to spend a lot on importation of protein-based food items. We spend a lot even on importation of tomato paste and tomato concentrates. Also we talk about food wastage. We talk about high post-harvest loss. On high post-harvest losses, we talk about 50 to 45% of post-harvest that is actually recorded in fruits and leafy vegetables, which is terrible. What we are saying that virtually half of what is produced doesn't get to fork, and it's not so good. So because in the whole glimpse of when we talk about climate change and food security now together, what we are saying particularly in Africa and particularly in Nigeria, the big issue, amidst many other things, the conflicts, not that we don't have all of these things, but a big concern in this is our own production activity. We don't actually we are not producing enough to the capacity. And on this, let me just digress a bit to that in as far as productive capacity is concerned, Nigeria has what it takes. Nigeria has uncultivated arable land, the largest, anywhere you can talk about. In Africa itself, of course, actually, hosts 60% of the water arable land, where we can grow food. And out of the 60%, Nigeria has 23% of that 60%. And it's also interesting to know that out of that 23% that we owed, about 8 million hectares of land are still, currently uncultivated, in Nigeria. And it's something that should give us a concern, because we spend so much on importation that we can actually produce locally here and can use to create job and employment for our young people. And of course, we talk about the youth bulge also. We have a large population of youths and young people in the nation that we can actually engage adequately in that sector. All right, so let's look at what food insecurity are. The 4 pillars of food security. When we talk about food insecurity, of course, I'll quickly talk about food security now. We talk about availability of food. We're talking about access to food. We're talking about utilization of food. How is it used? How the consumption of the food? And then we talk about the stability of the food. Stability is very important, particularly as we shift from farming to agribusiness. And like in one of the young entrepreneurs club we just recently launched, in a rural community, a rural farming community in Oyo. I kept on, reiterating to these young ones that farming never makes anybody rich. Agribusiness is what makes people rich. And the reason why farming doesn't make anybody rich is because agribusiness actually brings in stability into our agri-produce. And individual must have access. So what we're saying in food security is that an individual must have access to sufficient food of the right dietary mix in terms of quality and at all times to be food secure. Those who never have sufficient quality food are chronically food insecure. And of course, sadly, we still have a bulk of that, particularly in the northern part of the country, that we have chronically food insecure population group. And of course, basically, all of that just toward the point that food security is the continuous availability of food in a country and the ability of individuals within that country to access, afford, and source adequate food stuffs. Again, remember, we talk about the availability of the food, we talk about the accessibility to the food, we talk about the affordability of the food, of course, and we talk about sourcing, adequate food stuff, such that the right dietary mix can be achieved. So in discussing all of this, like I said, I just fulfill all necessary righteous thought that I don't just jump into what I've been asked to talk about. How then do we address ensure that we achieve a food secure Nigeria without amidst the current climate change situation, the current climate change issue is where I'm most in. And of course, as you know, being an agri-tech company, we talk about soilless farming. We can do more with less. We can do more with less. We talk about hydroponics, aeroponics. I will later, expand more on this. We talk about home garden. So if you're there, I will talk about in the next slide. We're talking about growing what you eat, at least those 20% of what you eat. How can you contribute to helping us achieve climate change? Remember, we need green surfaces. We need surfaces that can absorb this radiation from the sun. And the interesting thing with the radiation from the sun for green plant and why we talk about growing of trees is that this light is needed to actually perform what we call photosynthesis. The primal productive equation and function is photosynthesis. Is the natural, in fact, is the primary one, because with photosynthesis, plants produce their own food, and without production of food, all other resources, actually comes into play. So what we're saying with in you doing home gardening is that you also contribute to that, in helping us live towards climate neutrality. Talks about green. We also talk about greenhouse farming, urban farming, and vertical growth stream, which I'll be talking about. And just like I said, we're saying that you should produce what you eat. Produce what you eat. That is one way we can go towards achieving food security amidst the current climate change and crisis and the current climate circumstances we find ourselves. And if you're wondering, oh, you tied or you've interlocked all your own compound, or how do you go about home gardening? Just sit back and then you see how you can actually grow your own food. Okay, so we talk about producing at least 20% of what's consumed. Households can do this, academic institutions can do this, universities, polytechnics, monotechnics, secondary schools can do this as well. Just like I was talking about the Young Entrepreneurs Club. Basically, the plan was developed such that schools can grow their own food, their own fruit and leafy vegetables to start with, for instance, and then they can scale up from there. We talk about communities, then we used to talk about community gardens, we need to talk about estate gardens, we can bring back some of these things. We need to talk about these things. We need to not just talk about them, we need to do it, we need to implement them. Estates, can actually have for every estate, we can talk about sustainable cities, for instance, we can talk about estates being sustainable, producing what they need. They can generate their own energy needs, they can have their own solar panel stations, and generate the energy needs, produce their own food. And of course, the waste materials, they can recirculate it and they can actually recycle it, can report. Then with home garden and urban gardens, we're talking about you achieve resource efficiency, responsible production and consumption, climate smart agriculture, food security, healthy living, nutrition and well-being. We talk about reducing carbon footprint, just like I mentioned in one of the first contribution of Severia, to climate change. We talk about wealth creation and job creation. And in all that I've explained, this is what the next few slides will be about, with pictorial evidences of what we can do on our own, just towards achieving food security amidst the current climate change circumstance and current climate crisis. Okay, so we talk about with home garden, with urban garden, you have 30 minutes, to where you sell your food. Again, if it's at your own backyard, you have direct access to it. You can get in there, no matter how tired you have from the day's work, just get into your garden and then you pluck what you want to eat fresh, and you are good to go. There is no point of you having to consume fuel again. The last speaker talked about energy consumption. You don't have to spend extra fuel that also emits CO2 that adds again to the emission. We talk about wealth creation from the home. You can have lushy green CC tomatoes, not just only tomatoes, you can have for pepper, and then you're good to go. Is very good to go, and then you eat, so what, of course, the surplus of this from your home, you can sell, and who knows, that can be the beginning of your own social enterprise. That can be even the beginning of your own your own business. Who knows, you can start just delivery or sales of some of these things. And we talk about traditional innovation for wealth creation. Basically what we are saying is that you can actually use materials around you. You can use PVC pipes to create what we call the vertical growth system, and grow on the walls of your your compound. So for the person that have been asking the question, okay, now that I've tiled all the place, now that I've interlocked all the place, you can grow vertically, just like with this system, you can grow just with a system that I've shown you here, and then you are helping us to address the climate change, and at the same time, you are making food available. You are producing food, ensuring access to it, and of course, making it affordable such that people can meet their dietary needs. We talk about all year round leafy vegetable production, can grow all year round, this system, of course, this is hydroponic system as well. You can grow all year round, you can grow, you can still see again. So for the person still asking, you see, you can grow on the wall. This is a vertical growth system. You can grow using what we call the substrate materials. You use rhizomes, and like one of the things the last speaker was talking about, in talking about circularity, particularly in the innovation we've brought into this as a company, Rhizox used to be a waste material, about 5, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. But now that same Rhizox is now a valued commodity, that is used in growing. I think in 2021 there was one of the supplier then that made within 6 months about, I think, 2 million, not 2.53 million naira, just supplying Rhizox alone. And some like, oh really? Yes. Like one of the things I also met earlier, we talk about waste to wealth. Okay. You can grow, of course. We talk about reaching the young children target. We can actually, with smart farming system, basically hydroponics as a smart farming system, young ones can actually, come in as well. They get fascinated. This is a fodder production. Fodder growing hydroponically grows within 9 days compared to 90 days, of course. So you have, try to do that efficiency rate, for instance. So with these, we can actually address the continuous farmers elders clash, the age-long farmers elders clash issue can be addressed, with fodder production. You have these fresh and exotic vegetables also being grown at your house as well. We talk about making agriculture, farming attractive to young ones. Again, you grow gone are the days of and cutlass agriculture. It's one of the things we do. We are doing, and the narrative we're changing the food production system in Nigeria. That we need to move far away from the and cutlass narrative. Let's make agriculture attractive to young people. Let's ensure that young ones come into agriculture. Let's bring in the best of the best into the industry, and then let's catalyze our industrialization. Because the premise for industrialization is actually agriculture, because it's the primary provision, for the raw materials. Talk about your ice and skin, talk about your cotton, talk about virtually that industrialization is built on your clothing, your textile, and other we have. So instead of making it punitive, and one of the reasons, like someone used to and which some people might relate with, for many people that actually attended public schools, then the punishment for for coming to school very late is that you get to cut the grass, on the field, or you get to bring cutlass as you're coming, and then you come and do hard labor. So we dissociate is a psychological thing. Everybody wants to dissociate from that kind of hard labored, hard laden, productive sector, because of how arduous it is. But then we can make it attractive. We grow, again, vertical growth system. You see the wall system again. This is actually responsive drip technique system as well. You also talk about redefining agriculture for our children. Let's help them see that agriculture, is far, we've gone far from the and cutlass narrative. You can grow in your greenhouse system. You can grow vertically. You can grow with trellis systems. You can grow, hydroponically in a drip technique system as well. Young ones, can be stimulated. They can begin to think big, dream big, and of course, help us lead the green revolution in ensuring that we become that productive nation that we used to be. Okay, and of course, we talk about hydroponics farm lab. This is actually something that Caleb British International, part of some of the initiatives, schools that has been part of what we do. Mobile hydroponic academy, a complete step-to-step guide, with BIC farms, talk about STEM farm, talk about your science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, all coming to play, all in agriculture, because the truth of the matter is agriculture is such a practical sector that your physics, your chemistry, your biology, and even geography, economics plays out in the sector. And these are actually things that in designing the STEM farm, in designing even the Young Entrepreneurs Club I mentioned earlier, we bring to life all these principles, in agriculture with hydroponics, for instance, just to help them to think differently and move away from the conventional narrative of, oh, you have to, wait for one cutlass, or, just go to the bush. And even now that people, our farmers don't even want to go because of the continuous kidnapping and the killings of farmers that the nation has witnessed over the last 3-5 years. Okay, we talk about gender equality, that it's not just a man thing. We talk about that females can do this thing. It's not difficult. It's not difficult to get done. And equally, we talk about fresh and nutrient-dense food. And these in particular, I would like to talk about how we can, grow, needed spices as well, your ginger, your turmeric, your onions, all can be grown again, just like homegrown soilless onions. And one thing I try to tell people with hydroponics and soilless farming generally is gone are the days that they tell us that it's only in some part of the nation that some types of crops can be grown. We can grow any food anywhere, just ensure the right factors are achieved, are ensured, and you're able to grow. And just be sure, you provide the necessary technical equipment to achieve the necessary production output. Okay, we talk about highly nutritious veggies from the backyard. This is actually a backyard, farm setup.
Are you still there, Mr. Ife?
We do, you can have your cucumber, you can have your fresh veggies all year. Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You were seasoned before.
Okay. Sorry. So, okay, can I continue?
Are you almost done, sir?
Yes, almost done. I'm almost done. Yes. All right. So we talk about backyard beef tomato, just basically talking about what can we do. Verandas are not left out. You can grow in your verandas, your own garden again without stress. Basically, with this, we are saying less water, 90% less water. So which means you can achieve water conservation, more product, 90% more product, 95% less space. You need only 5% of normal growing space. No prior experience really required. It's affordable, state of the art, of course. Easy to set up and manage. Talk about smart farming, some of the things I've mentioned. You talk about cities green revolution, just some of the things I've mentioned. You talk about aquaponics. You can do even this, take it a bigger scale. You can talk about homegrown nutrition, and I talk about pharmacy. On pharmacy, we talk about make food to be your drug, so that drug will not become your food. I'll repeat that again. Make your food to be your drug, so that your drug will not become your food. Okay, and of course, we talk about hydroponics, fruits, veggies. We talk about, again, urban cities garden, talk about urban food gardens, and of course, the soilless farm up system, that where we actually train youth. We have YAP, youth agripreneurship apprenticeship program. We have the graduate agripreneurship and apprenticeship program as well, where young ones are trained in these things, and they can actually, of course, we have Nigeria's first soilless farm up that we, the center there in Ogun, Abeokuta, Onijogojogon, is a partnership where we train youth in skills, experience, and expertise in agronomic practices and soilless farming. Of course, and lastly, it takes collaborative, mutual, and synergized efforts to achieve food security amidst the current climate change concerns. We need everyone to be involved to ensure food security and sustainability. And remember, the reason why food is very important and agriculture is important is if agriculture remains stagnant, industries will not just only grow, industries will not thrive. Thank you.
Amazing. Can we appreciate Mr. Olua? Thank you for that visual, pictorial, and insightful session. Everyone now agrees you can be a farmer. Is that so? I mean, thank you for those great insights. We're closing now. We just have less few minutes. I don't know if there are one or two questions we want Mr. Ife to attend to. I know a number of us have attempted some of these practices, but maybe you were faced with one or two brick walls. We could speak with an expert now to see how you can resolve them. Okay, I see two hands here. Okay, please, if you could make the questions very straight to the point so that he can take all the answers once. All right, let's take it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salabia Noluapo from Madodo. Please, it seems I have interest in this agriculture.
Okay.
Although without having this knowledge, I used to plant maize, sometimes corn, okra, and so on. So if I want to have knowledge about this now, how can I do? How can I go about it?
Okay.
I need someone to
Okay.
enlighten me. Or
So please, Mr. Ife, please, you can take note of that. More of expansive knowledge, possibly with what you do at with the Technology Incubation Center in Abeokuta. All right, sir.
Thank you very much. My own aspect is not a question per se,
Okay.
but just a bit of contribution. For example, we are talking about climate change and agriculture or food insecurity. For example, climate change creates a situation of two extremes, whereby you have, for example, if there is climate change, you can have situation where you have insufficient food supply. For example, a drought situation where there is no rain, and then the harvest may be affected. And also you may have extreme rainfall, whereby you have too much rainfall. And in such a situation, you find out that the weeds are growing in a prolific manner. Therefore, efforts will be needed to weed. And also, and when you have excessive weeding, it can affect agricultural productivity. And then you need chemicals to apply. And in such a situation, money is needed to provide, and the farmers on the field needs help. So therefore, we have all these situations that the farmers need assistance. So the government needs to come in, and also individuals too. Even the chemical handling, they need to be trained, they need to be supported. So in any way that you can help, so we can be of help. And I pray that our farmers will be helped. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that contribution.
Good day, everyone. My name is Abiodun Ajewole. My question is based on, when we're talking about home gardening or farming, we actually talk about, if you look at it very well in the olden days, our fathers, they are into farming as well. And we eat fresh food every time we feel like. Like, wasn't the last 2 weeks I went to my hometown, wake up, eat, sleep. I don't have anything doing. That is the only thing I do. For just that 2 weeks, nothing. Grandma was taking care of me. Now, the thing there is this. If you look at it very well these days, people, we can't do without chemical. And we got to know, at least I'm an economist in final year of State College of Education. So they do tell us that taking too much of this chemical within, it leads to something else in the body. Now, how can we do in farming system without making use of too much chemicals? Because if you look at it these days, I think I'm also at least I'm practicing farming. I do get this boiler of a thing at home. At least I have nothing, meaning I have nothing less than 20, 25 at home now. But if I look at it very well, sometimes the kind of data at which it takes money, the chemical of a thing. Because it's my friend that is helping me out. Gabriel say, "Hey, buy this, get this, get this." And me getting all those things. And I know the effects of those chemicals on the life of it. Even it might not have effect on those chicken, but all of it I want to eat it.
Okay.
So my question is now that what can we do to minimize the chemicals we use?
Okay. Thank you very much for that practical question. Is there any other on-site question? I'm not sure. Before if I can check if there's another question on the chat as well, while you respond to those three together, sir.
Okay. Okay, no question from here, so I'll just go on to address the three questions. Okay, so how to go about it? Yes, I made mention of YAP, the Youth Agripreneurship Apprenticeship Program. That is basically for youth. You don't necessarily need to be a graduate for that. It's a 3-month training you can be a part of at the the Technology Incubation Center, where we have the soilless up system. We also have the GAP, Graduate Apprenticeship, Agripreneurship Apprenticeship Program. Equally, we have monthly trainees. If you won't be available for that long, for 6 months and 3 months, you can come around. We have specialized trainings to do that. So the farm is located at Ashero, the Ashero Estate, BIC Soilless Up. So you can contact us and you can come around for training anytime you want, or you can visit the Technology Incubation Center as well. And we'll be able to understand your training needs and profile the customized and the right training on that. Okay, talking about the two extremes to be addressed in terms of drought and flooding. And it's the reason why, while I was talking about how we can go about it, I talked about controlled environment agriculture, because with these, we realized that basically we actually don't need rainfall to grow our food. What we need is water. So either excess or insufficient of it, which is created by the excess, which is by flooding, or the insufficient one, which is of course lack of it, which is created by drought. What we need is with the availability of water, we talk about irrigation system, we can actually go on to produce food. Time did not permit earlier to also talk about the greenhouse farming system earlier, where you can actually have all the productive factors controlled and under your own productive management, such that you are the one determining and managing and influencing, depending on the type of crop you're growing and what time of the year you're growing it, that you can actually, ensure the production of food all year round, which helps us to achieve food security. And yeah, Mr. Biodun, about not doing with chemicals. Well, I understand you tend to also talking about GMO and all. Well, it's interesting to know that with hydroponics, you can actually grow with water. And in ensuring, I was saying, well, how do we get the nutrients needed? Oh, because and everything, we have what we call organic nutrients. We have what we call the integrated pest management, that you don't even need to spray herbicide or the chemicals in quotes now that you said to actually combat, or address diseases and pest control in plant production. So we actually can do organic system, which of course is part of the bigger picture of what hydroponics is about. Because with the organic system, we talk about making use. That was why I talked about the use of rhizomes earlier, which you can pyrolyze, you can form into biochar, can actually be a very good source of organic nutrients and matter for your plants to uptake very easily. And of course, talking about integrated pest management, we talk about how you can use plant extracts. For instance, your neem tree, you talk about using predatory animals to address, trips and the likes. I don't even know if I've heard of bamboo bees, for instance. The bumblebees, for instance, they are very good, in picking up trees, picking up, insects, in greenhouse farming system. And this is where, in talking about integrated pest management, we talk about biological control method. We have cultural control method as well. And the person that also talked about the issue of weeding the other time, you can grow on a large hectare of land and you don't need to worry so much about weeding, again, depending on what you're planting. But cultivation method and systems have gone past just using chemicals and all. We have what we call mulching films, such that it is only where you've planted your crops, say for instance, your pepper, your tomatoes, that you will only see the plants grow, and which actually helps you to cater for all other aspects of thinking of dealing with weeds and all. And I think with that, I've addressed all of that question without any question online. Yeah. Thank you
very much. Can we appreciate Mr. Ifeoluwa? Thank you for attending to those questions. And with that, we have come full length today. It's been a swell experience. Who agrees with me? Right. So I want us to go back, debrief, brood on them, and draw actions like we have shared. We'll take a few announcements before we exit. So tomorrow we begin quite early. We appreciate if we're here on time by 9, so we can have a quick breakfast before we break out into the work groups. We have 4 major work groups, well, condensed into 3. Work group on agriculture, talking about sustainable agricultural practices, smart agriculture, agripreneurship. We also have a work group on renewable energy, reducing black carbon, energy sources, solar panel installation. That's a breakout work group. And then there's one on arts and community resilience, greener edge, circular economy principle, entrepreneurship, arts exhibitions, emergency response, volunteering for climate change. Whichever one you're most interested in, you want to take actions in, please, you'll be able to dovetail into any of those breakout work groups. But we'll meet here first, and then after we're done with the breakfast, we'll break out into the seminar rooms within the building where we will have those breakouts. For our online participants, the link for the breakouts will be shared via mail, so please look out for them so that you can receive the links for the breakouts and you can also still be able to participate in that experience. I want to say thank you for the time we have spent so far today. We appreciate. We want to use the opportunity to appreciate all of our speakers who have been here with us, beginning from the beginning. The Vice Chancellor who gave a special remark, the opening remark, and of course, Dr. Renuka Takore, who also gave our own special keynote remark, and our speakers, our goodwill remarks we received. Prince Adegbenro, thank you so much for being part of our experience. Of course, Mrs. Olajumoke has been here with us. And our panelists, right, has been so insightful. Who agrees the panelists was like the big highlights of today? Thank you so much, Mr. Lawrence, for the great work, and thank you for the big value you added. Dr. Temitope Abodorin, thank you for joining in online and also for all the great work you do. And Mr. Ifelua Olawale, we want to say a big thank you, and I want to appreciate everyone for all we have done today. We're sure that you're going to keep enjoying the rest of this evening. And so if you don't mind, let's just stand as we take a closing prayer. All right, immediately after the closing prayer, please we'll take a group photograph at the entrance of the cookery building for our on-site participants. Let's bow our heads and we pray. Father, we thank you once again for today. Thank you for the engagement, the knowledge sharing, the insightful discourse we've had. We ask that your spirit will breathe upon these and give us the striking insight, actions we can take to mitigate all of these climate change challenges in the name of Jesus. We don't want to be hearers alone. We pray that you make us doers, release the courage, the grace, the strength, the resources, the partnership, everything we need to do to play our part as doers, release upon us afresh in Jesus' name. As we go this evening, we declare the rest of the evening blessed for us, refreshing for us. We come back tomorrow fully refreshed, and it's going to be a greater experience in Jesus' precious name of prayer. We take this the benediction. We say, surely God's goodness and mercies follow us all the days of our lives, and we do praise the Lord forever. Amen. Peace. Thank you so much, our online participant and everyone here. We'll just take a group picture outside, and then please don't forget to network with one another, share a contact, discuss with someone what he's doing, and of course, we can still meet some of our panelists who are also here physically, engage with them, share some rub minds before you exit finally from our campus. Thank you for coming to Covenant University. Enjoy the rest of the day.